Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the June 13th meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board. If you could please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. Cam, could we have a sunshine announcement, please?
Yes, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting. The scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This Planning Board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on June 9th, 2023. This meeting was also posted to the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Gongadin.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Present.
Commissioner Torres.
Yeah.
And Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay, we have 7 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Could we have, I'm sorry, Mike, could you swear in the staff, please?
I see Liz, Cameron, Tanya, Matt, Francisco. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. I know we have a number of items carried. Do we have correspondence?
Yes, we do. Okay, so we have 11 items in total that are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to our June 27th meeting. That is our next regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks from now. So bear with me while I go through these 11 items on our agenda requesting to carry with preservation of notice. So firstly, under new business, item C on the agenda, case P22-197, minor site plan at 124 Glenwood Avenue, requesting to carry to June 27th with preservation of notice. Item 19 on our agenda, cases P23-6006, an admin amendment at 143 to 145 Monticello Avenue, requesting to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th. Item 20 on the agenda, case P22-175, a minor subdivision at 74 to 76 Terrace, requesting to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th. Item 21, case P22-163, a preliminary and final major site plan with address 3079 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, requesting to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th, 2023. Item 22 on the agenda, case P23-010, conditional use, address is 119 Storms. They are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th. Case P22-124, a conditional use at address 490 West Side Avenue. They have requested to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th, 2023. Item 24 on the agenda, case P23-045, a conditional use at 398 Pacific Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to June 23rd, 2023. Item 28 on the agenda, case it's a minor site plan for a cell antenna at 3032 Central Avenue. They are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to the June 27th meeting. And let me give you that P number for whatever reason I accidentally cropped that out. So that's item 28, and it's case P23-093. That's 30 to 32 Central Avenue. Item 29 on the agenda, case P23-091, a minor site plan for a cell antenna. Address is 234 Soydam Avenue. They are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th, 2023. And two more. Item 30 on the agenda. It is case P22-127, a preliminary final major site plan with C variances. Address is 853 Jersey Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th, 2023. And lastly, we have item 31 on the agenda, case P22-160, a preliminary final major site plan at address 101 Storms Avenue. They have requested to carry with preservation of notice to June 27th, 2023.
All right. Thanks, Cam. I do have, Matt, we just talked about it before the meeting started. I didn't have plans on the portal for one item. Where is it? Item 27. Can we bring George Pizzillo up?
Sure. I will promote Mr. Pizzillo among the attendees. Here we go. All right, Gerard has been promoted.
Good evening, Chairman.
Council, good evening.
How are you?
I have item 27, case P23-068, final major site plan amendment for 711 Montgomery Street. That was not available on the data portal until, I don't know, it's up there now. The last time I looked was yesterday and it still wasn't available on the portal. So, you know, the board obviously hasn't had a chance to look at it at all. I don't think we would have gotten to you tonight anyway, but I don't want to give you false hope that we're going to get to it if we get close.
No, understood. I was willing to ride it out a little bit, but I understand with the board not having the opportunity to review the plans, I'd be happy to carry it to the 27th so that you can review the plans.
Okay, great. Thank you. We appreciate it. So we're going to carry case P23-068 as a final major site plan amendment for 711 Montgomery Street to a date certain of June 27th with preservation of notice. Council, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for pointing that out.
No worries. All right, let's get into old business then. Item A is case P22-219 is a one-year extension for 428 to 434 Central Avenue. And if we could, let's let the record show Dr. Desai is with us. We missed her during roll call. Good evening, Doctor. All right, Council, go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. The request before you originally was submitted as a one-year extension on a project in the NC zone. It is on Central Avenue at the corner of Central Avenue and South Street. It did expire back in February, so at this point, I'm just going to ask for 2 years. You did approve a one-year extension in the past. What's really holding this project up is that there are still a number of leases that are active on the site, and my client is working to try and relocate those people or at least get to the end of the lease in order for them to demolish buildings and move forward. This, just in short, it's a 5-story building, 32 dwelling units, 7 parking spaces. It's pretty much in line with what's permitted in the NC.
Okay, thanks, Council. I'm glad to hear that we're not blaming COVID for this one.
No.
All right, I have no questions. Anybody else? Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Council, you said a 1-year extension or a 2-year extension? Because on here it says-
This would be a 2-year extension we're asking for. It would take us to the natural end of the approval, as you've already permitted one.
Okay, so because on my agenda shows 1-year extension.
That's right, yeah, and it, based on when we submitted it, which was maybe 2 months ago, we thought a 1 year would be good. Just to be safe, I'm asking for 2 here.
Okay. Want to be clear, okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Ed. Anybody else? Any questions?
No.
Nope.
All right, thank you, council. Is there anybody here from public that wants to comment on this one-year extension application? If so.
It's
please
2
raise
years.
your hand. What's
2 year
that?
extension.
I'm sorry, 2
years.
years. Thank you. Yeah, if anybody from the public wants to comment on a 2-year extension for this application, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
This was Mr. Crahill's application, and planning staff reviewed his completeness of it and found that we had no issue with his review, and only wanted to add that, of course, as Mr. Lean already stated, we just wish that you agree to the conditions that were already in place upon your original approval. And with that, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-219 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Dr. Desai. I'll come back to you. I think your audio is not connected. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai again. Darn. Oh, there we go.
Aye.
Okay, that's an aye. And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Council. All right, let's go to item B. It's case P23-087 is a 1-year extension for 124 to 126 Martin Luther King Drive.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. Gerard
Good evening,
Pizzillo from
Council.
Genova Burns on behalf of the applicant, Jersey City Living LLC. This is also a non-COVID related site plan extension request. We are asking for 1 year from the board's approval granted in April of 2021. The property 124, 126 Martin Luther King Drive, block 25603, lots 3 and 4 is located in the Jackson Hill redevelopment area governed by the redevelopment plan of the same name. We did receive, or the prior owner received preliminary and final major site plan for a 5-story mixed use building with 25 dwelling units and ground floor commercial retail space. My client, the applicant now, Jersey City Living, just recently closed on the property. So they are moving forward with this approval, but they are asking for 1 year just to finalize their construction drawings, contractors, all those kinds of things. So if the board would should approve this extension request, it would go until May of 2024, which we believe is enough time to get us where we need, or to get my client where he needs to be. We would agree that all of the conditions from the prior approval remain in full force and effect and understand the same. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks, Council. I have no questions. Anybody else?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so then at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this 1 year extension, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise that hand.
Seeing no public, I move to close.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
Planning heard the magic words from the attorney representing their applicant, agreeing to the conditions that were already in place. Planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Cam.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-087 as presented to us tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Council. All right, let's move into new businesses. Case P 23-008 is a minor site plan with C variances for 107 Magnolia Ave.
Promoted Benjamin Wine.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. How's everybody doing this evening?
Good, counsel. How are you?
Good to see everybody. For the record, Benjamin Wine of Privan Tuvel on behalf of the applicant, Gregoria and Nilvia Bergonio. I feel like I have to start by saying this is also not a COVID-related application. It's just an application. But nevertheless, the application before you this evening, before we get into the details, originally this had been scheduled and calendared for the March 7th agenda. And due to just being bumped, it's continued to be adjourned with preservation of notice. I do want to make sure that council has received our notice and it's adequate and we can mark that as A1.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing for the March 7th, 2023 hearing date. The matter has been carried through to this evening with the preservation of that notice. Chairman, it does appear to be in order, so we can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
All right, thanks. So with that, the application before you this evening is indeed for minor site plan approval along with deviations. I say deviations as this is located in a redevelopment plan, specifically Zone 4A of the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan. The block and lot in question are block 9604, lot 6, and as I indicated, the address is 107 Magnolia Avenue. On the property currently sits a 2-story, 4-unit residential building. We're not proposing to make any changes to the residential building. I want to note that the owner of the building lives in one of the units, so it's an owner-occupied building, and that's really the driver behind the application before you. So specifically, we are proposing a curb cut and parking area to accommodate 2 electric vehicles on the site in the rear. And I'll note that the actual parking itself is permitted within Zone 4A. You are permitted to have parking when you do have a lot width in excess of 60 feet, which we do have 100 feet. However, the deviations that we have are what I'll call technical, but nevertheless, they are deviations. They are for parking not in an enclosed parking structure where it is required to be within a parking structure, and we're proposing these 2 spaces be located on the surface, in the yard, in the rear yard. And then the second one would be for a curb cut, providing access to fewer than 8 parking spaces, where the zone plan calls for parking to be permitted. Again, if you're providing 8 or more parking spaces, we're only proposing the 2. As you'll see, the 2 is in line with the half parking space per unit contemplated within this zone. And accordingly, those 2 deviations will be testified to at length by our planner later on in our presentation. I just want to indicate before going through my professionals and providing the testimony on the record that, again, the purpose of this application, the Bergonios currently have 2 cars. They live on the property. They intend to continue living there. One of their vehicles is an electric vehicle that they're having some trouble finding charging areas and doing that. Their second vehicle is what I believe you would have called in the Hardy Boys used to call a jalopy, and it is in need of replacement. They'd like to replace it with a second electric vehicle to reduce their carbon footprint rather than, a gas vehicle. And obviously this is what is spurring this application before you this evening. So with that, the professionals I intend to put on this evening for you are the project engineer, Kirsten Osterkorn, our project planner, Sam Bellamy, and the applicant herself, Nilvia. Ms. Bergonio would like to say a few words to the board, so I would like to have her address the board at the end. And with that, Mr. Chair, unless you have any questions of me, I'm happy to move straight into Ms. Osterkorn.
Ben,
Yes.
can you say the applicant's name one more time?
Sure, it's Nilvia, Nilvia, Bergonio, Bergonio. And her
Gotcha.
husband is Gregory, so I'm not sure how it comes up on the panel.
I got Nilvia.
Okay, perfect. All right, so Mr. Chair, are you okay if I move straight on with Ms. Osterkorn?
Absolutely. Thank you, counsel.
Absolutely. So Kirsten, I believe Mike is going to get you sworn in.
Hi, Kirsten. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Kirsten Osterkorn, Kiersten
Thank you.
Ms. Osterkorn, good evening. I don't believe we've qualified you, have we?
You have not.
Okay, let's just hear your background, your education, and your licensing, please.
Sure. I received my bachelor's in engineering from Rutgers in 2006 and my license from the state of New Jersey in 2011. It is still current. I have my surveying degree from NJIT in 2008, 9, but my license in 2013. That is still in good standing as well. I have been in front of other boards in the area. I do mainly work in Bergen, Morris, Essex, and Union. I haven't had the pleasure of being here before, but I have testified on similar applications in other towns in the area.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified, and I hope we live up to the hype. So,
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Kirsten, if you can go ahead, bring up your screen and walk us through the plans, what's existing on the site today, what's being proposed, including all the site improvements.
Okay, I am referring to my plan set that was submitted dated 10/10/22. It's a 6-sheet set. Does that have to get marked or?
It's okay. This is the, there's been no update since the
No.
plans that were submitted. Is that correct?
Yes. correct.
Okay.
All right, I'm just
Go
gonna
ahead.
move on to sheet 2. I'm gonna focus on the left side of the sheet first, which is the existing conditions. So as Mr. Wine had went through, we are in block 9604, lot 6, with frontage on both Magnolia and East Street. The current use of the property is a 4-family residential. We have 2,500 square foot of area. The frontage on Magnolia is 26 feet and the frontage on East Street is 100 feet. We are corner lot. Currently, we have a setback. The front yard setback is 7.8 feet to the curb on East Street and 7.8, well, that's to the property line on Magnolia. The side yard setback, we have a 0 feet. The building is on line with the property to the north. And then the rear yard setback is 27.5 feet. And in the rear of the property, there is a paver area and dirt. There isn't much grass able to be grown in that area. To the west of the property, and I'll get to some pictures in a little bit, there is a building right on the property line to the west. To the north, we have a board-on-board fence. And then we have our 4-family dwelling on the property. On the front of the property, there is a covered stoop and some planter areas that were recently done in the front yard. Currently, the building it's 2 stories. It's remaining the same, 29.7 feet in height. With respect to coverages, the building coverage is at 11.9% existing and total impervious is at 28.9%. As part of this application that was discussed, we have some minor deviations with respect to what we are proposing, which everything we're looking to do is in the rear yard off of East Street. Nothing is changing for the dwelling itself. There's no construction to the dwelling. As part of the project, though, we are going to introduce a light in the rear of the building. That would be the only change to the building. We are proposing 2 parking spaces as explained, electrical vehicle parking spaces in the rear of the property. So we have a 10-foot curb cut proposed that opens up to 2 9x18 parking spaces. The proposed curb cut is compliant with the redevelopment plan, given that it is permitted on this width of the property on East Street being 100 feet. The deviations that we are seeking is that the way the redevelopment plan is written is that for 8 spaces or less, the parking needs to be in a garage and not surface parking. In this case, given the property where the dwelling is located and what we have for the rear yard, we are proposing the parking spaces to be in the surface and not in an enclosed structure. You could look at the enclosed structure side of it, that wouldn't fit within the neighborhood. It would be more obtrusive to add that to the building. But what the owners are looking to do with adding these spaces is for their own electric vehicle and for the next one that they're looking to get, as well as providing with the tenants on the property. When we had looked at it currently with all of the street parking, the owner currently parks two spaces on the street. So by introducing the parking into the rear yard, there would be a net gain for the public of one space on the street, having to introduce this curb cut. If all the striping was lined up for the parking, one space would be eliminated, but with them parking on their own property, they would gain, another public space would be gained on the property. With respect to coverages for proposed conditions, we are increasing with the parking area in the back, but moving on to sheet 3, we are proposing a seepage pit in the rear of the property that we would be able to collect the roof leaders to and make the drainage on the property better. Currently, there is nothing proposed. There's nothing exists on the site. So we are proposing to have the roof leaders connect into that seepage pit, and it is in a low spot on, as the grading would allow in that area to collect that little bit of additional parking that we are proposing in the rear of the property. As shown on the right side of the sheet, we are showing the utility line to service the EV charger station, and you can see the storm tech chamber. I apologize, I called it a seepage pit, but it's just it's still an underground system for a chamber. And then moving on to the landscaping and lighting, as part of the requirements, given the space that we have for these two parking area spaces in the back, we are able to propose some landscaping on both sides of it. So as opposed to hugging the property line to the west where there is a building, and as well as where our structure is, not trying to make the spaces bigger than they need to be, we're able to introduce some landscaping. And then with the motion censored light in the rear, we're able to show the lighting that would happen for the parking spaces. Overall, while we do have these deviations that were described in terms of the parking being not within a structure, being less than what's required, ultimately, which will be talked about by the planner later, what we are able to propose will add a parking space on the street for the public, looking at the carbon footprint, and be able to provide for the owners that are also living on the property for this additional parking that they're looking to seek in the rear of their property. Ben?
Yeah, Kirsten, thank you. I think you hit on everything. I know you were itching to get into planning as you are a planner as well, but you're not the planner on this project.
I know.
So we'll hold you before you skip to the planning. So, Mr. Chair, I have nothing further for Ms. Osterquin as either a surveyor or engineer at this point.
Okay, I do have an engineering question on the seepage pit.
Yes.
So is that just an open pit that seeps into the ground? Is it connected to the sewer?
It's an open, it's a chamber that then is gonna have a grate on the top. It's a 12-inch NDS grate that would be on the top of it. So by taking that water into the ground, I'm sure as a condition of approval of what the engineer would require, we would do a test pit, make sure all the soils work. If sometimes the soils aren't doesn't have the best perk rate we want, we add more stone. So ultimately it still functions the way it needs to, which is collecting the water and letting it drain into the ground. If there were a larger storm, and because it was designed for the typical 5-year storm, 5 to 10-year storm, if you have the larger storms, the grate is there for it to overflow, and ultimately it would still follow the same drainage pattern it does now. Ultimately, right now, there's just some dirt back there. So it, while it can get looked at as coverages, it's not grass that's back there. So by taking that water off of the surface, we are improving it for all of the regular type storms that do occur.
My only concern is that since all that water from, the roof leaders and what previously drained into the backyard is concentrated into that, into that grate, that there's any kind of erosion underneath the surface.
I would say there's actually would be more potential of erosion that occurs now when stuff's going down the splash box. So being able to capture it, it's not necessarily erosion that occurs underground with the subsurface soil. it's capturing it and letting it, it holds it in there. It has to drain within 72 hours and is allowing it to percolate better into the ground versus being on the surface and needing to get through a restrictive layer of that dirt and those top inches of soil that are typically the most restrictive.
Okay, understood. That was my only question. Anybody else?
Nope.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Kirsten. Stick around. But with that, my next witness would be Sam Bellamy of Dresner Robin, our project planner.
Hi, Sam. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. It's Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, good evening. Always a pleasure. Is your license current tonight in the state of New Jersey?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's current and in good standing.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. All right, so Sam, you've heard the engineering testimony that's been provided. I know you've been intimately involved with this project really since the inception. If you can walk the board through the areas of relief that were described and your justifications for that relief.
Sure, will do. And Ms. Osterkorn really did provide a good overview of the project, so I'll get right into the deviation request. As Mr. Wine said in his opening, these really are more technical deviations. So one is for the proposed surface parking lot for the 2 EV parking spaces. They're proposed to be located in the side and rear yard. The general parking standards of the redevelopment plan require that the parking be located in either multi-tiered structures, automatic garages, or within a structure. Zone 4A does not have any specific accessory permitted uses. Zone 4, which Zone 4A was derived from in prior iterations of the plan, does specifically permit surface parking as a permitted accessory use. So surface parking overall is contemplated within the redevelopment plan. Again, the deviation request does come from the general parking standards, so there is some conflict with those two requirements, and that's why we're here asking for a deviation for that. The subject property is a corner lot, and I did want to share an aerial exhibit that was prepared by our office, so bear with me. I believe we will need to mark this. This is an aerial exhibit prepared by Dresner Robin, dated March 15th, 2023.
It's just
All
one
right, Council.
exhibit?
Yep.
Mr. Bellamy?
Yes, just the one page.
All right, let's mark it as A2. It's an aerial exhibit of the subject property. Does it have a date on it?
Yes, it's March 15th, 2023.
A2.
Great. So this is a surface, a corner lot located on Magnolia and East Street. This is a unique situation in the General Square plan where East Street is a dead end street. There's 4 properties on each side that front onto East Street, and then it dead ends here, and then Magnolia goes east-west. The property itself is 25 feet wide by 100 feet deep. We're proposing the parking along East Street, which is the 100-foot width here. So we do meet the requirement of providing of having a minimum of 60 feet to permit parking. So we do actually exceed that by proposing it along the long side of the property on East Street. And really the intent of that 60-foot requirement is to ensure that parking doesn't dominate the streetscape. A lot of times you see that in a typical R1 district with these 25-foot wide lots where you have parking in front of the home. So really the General Square plan is created and intended to kind of prevent that. So we are still in line with that by providing it on the longer frontage here, consistent with the intent of that requirement. As I said, East Street is a dead end street. This adjacent building here is 3 stories, 6 units. It has about 2-foot front yard setback, and it has a 0-foot side lot line condition adjacent to our property. Along this side lot line, there's no windows located along the building, so it is a blank wall here. So really, given that specific condition of being a corner lot on a dead end street adjacent to a 0 lot line building with a solid wall, I think those are all specific site conditions here that add to the benefits here, outweighing the detriments by creating a 2-space surface parking lot that can accommodate the EV parking spaces that we're proposing here to kind of reduce the carbon emissions. We are proposing, as the engineer said, landscaping on both sides to kind of improve the visual appearance of the area. And then with the proposed stormwater chamber, the intent there is to improve the stormwater conditions on the property. The redevelopment itself, albeit for parking structures, does encourage vehicle charging stations. So again, I think with what we're proposing here is consistent with that. But we find it to be a better planning alternative to have an open surface parking area rather than a structured parking area in the rear here to kind of keep the light, air, and open space that currently exists on the property. Between the landscaping, the fencing, and having the zero lot line, zero window conditions, I don't see any detriments to light, air, and open space with the proposal as far as headlight glare and other aspects. The other deviation we're requesting is for a proposed curb cut for a parking area of less than 8 spaces. The curb cut here is prohibited given that we're only proposing the 2 spaces. We are proposing a 10-foot curb cut, which does meet the maximum curb cut width requirement, and also allows for enough maneuverability for the cars, the vehicles to get in and out of the spaces. Again, being on a dead end street here with only a total of 8 properties fronting onto it, it really wouldn't have an impact on circulation as far as bicycling, vehiclers or pedestrians. It really has a much less impact than being on a main frontage such as Magnolia here. So again, the benefits of providing the curb cut, which would allow for 2 EV on-site EV parking spaces, would substantially outweigh any detriments. The proposed project does promote the purposes of the municipal land use law. Again, this is an accessory use for the proposed 4-unit building. It's appropriate use and development of the property. We are creating 2 EV parking spaces, so that would be consistent with purpose A. The addition of the 2 EV parking spaces is also consistent with purpose N. That's to promote the utilization of renewable energy resources. So I'm excited to bring that. I think that's in line with both the redevelopment plan and the master plan, trying to go green here. And that's really the client's intent with this proposal. In my opinion, there's no substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare. Again, I think with the landscaping, with the specific site aspects, there continues to be appropriate light, air, and open space. With what we're proposing, wouldn't have any substantial detriments to the adjacent rear yards, and then overall just the improvement of the visual environment with the landscaping along the driveway. There's also, in my opinion, no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Again, this is overall consistent with the purpose of Zone A, continuing to guide the existing pattern of development. It's an accessory use for the permitted 4-unit building that's on the property. And then we are consistent with the objectives of the redevelopment plan to make sustainability a theme of future development and redevelopment that guides land use and transportation decisions. So overall, just looking at this aspect, again, I do think that this is a unique condition that you don't find too often in Jersey City, being on a corner lot on a small dead end street. And I think overall the benefits of this proposed EV parking spaces would substantially outweigh any detriment. Unless Mr. Wine has any questions for me, that would conclude my direct testimony.
No, thank you, Sam. That was quite thorough. Yeah, Mr. Chair, again, nothing further for Mr. Bellamy at this point on direct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have nothing for Mr. Bellamy. Anybody else?
No.
I have a question for Mr.
Go ahead, Ed.
And a little, it seems like a great idea, nice project, nice concept. When we have a rear yard setback in the redevelopment plan, for not just a rear yard setback to have light into an area of the thing, it is also for the people to enjoy that part of the back of the house. I would think, and that's what the master plan looks for. You know, it's not just so that we have a little bit of landscaping and a light coming into the rear of the property. So I understand the fact that we have one family wanted to put 2 cars there, but then there's 3 other families in that building that doesn't get that option, having a rear yard setback. In the plan, your opinion, you think that that is worth starting this precedence, that to lose, to give up our rear yard setback so we can have an electric car now, station? And I'm all for the electric car stations, but I was wondering if you looked at it that way, the aspect of what we're gonna start doing if, as this goes forward, this type of idea. Anything, any input on that for me?
Yeah, no, that's a great question and a great point. I'm not sure about the current access, if all the units have access to the rear yard or if it's just for the owner occupied units. Again, this is in a busy area of the Journal Square area. It's close by to the hopefully coming soon park at the courthouse. So there hopefully is new open space coming online here. Again, I think this really is just a specific site condition where you talked about potentially other applicants looking to do this. I think just being that we're a corner lot here is really what lends itself to providing for the EV parking spaces. Your traditional 25 by 100-foot lots that are interior, you most likely wouldn't be able to provide parking in the rear yard. So I think that's really just a specific condition. The owners have a need here, and I think that's kind of why the proposal is before you.
Okay. And the next question I have as we move along, let us finish, and then I have a question back to site plan, the first agenda. So I'm okay for now.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Bellamy?
You hear me? I'm Dr. Desai, and then I think parking is so important in this Journal Square area. Everybody is looking for parking, and the people who it's owner occupied and they have 2 cars, so at least that's good for them. And they are having one more extra parking, which is released to the public. So this is a good idea, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Bellamy. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Chairman Langston, is there any other body present presentations after this, or?
Yeah, Commissioner Torres, I was gonna have and I usually, most applicants know this, I don't have them testify, but Ms. Bergonio really did want to address the board, so she's gonna do that momentarily, if that's okay.
Sure.
Can I have a question to the folks?
Sure, absolutely.
My question is basically what you touched on too. The thing of saying that there is an extra parking space, the parking spaces that are outside are really first come, first served. They don't have 2 parking spaces outside reserved for that. And they're not giving us 1 back. Those are first come,
Agreed.
first
Yeah,
served parking spaces.
Yeah, they're public spaces.
Yeah, to say that there's 2 parking spaces outside that they are, well, if they get there first, if not, they don't have that spot. Second, the council, you said they own a jalopy right now. And the fact that they own a jalopy, is that jalopy gonna park back there till they get the car in that space? Because then I'm wondering with the water retaining system, is there going to be a interceptor? Like
Yeah,
any
so
oil
Commissioner-
that goes through or anything that leaks in there? Because if you don't have an e-car there and you have a regular car, then you're going to have a chance of contaminating oil or something into the sewer water.
Yeah, Commissioner, that's a great question. Just to address the first comment regarding the gaining of a space, I think it was more to suggest, you're right, if the current owner of the property did not on first come, first serve, get both spaces outside on the street, they'd be on some other street somewhere else. So it's more just the general public, not to suggest the space directly in front of the site. But as to the e-vehicles, it's a great question. The entire impetus of, our small building owner here deciding to do this and spend thousands and thousands of dollars to even get to this point in the process is for the e-vehicles. You'll hear from her momentarily. Her car, she wanted to replace it months and months and months, if not years ago, but was just unwilling to do it until she knew she had the ability to charge it, because, you know, she didn't want to get another gas vehicle on the hope that this board would approve an application and then she'd be much happier to drive electric. But she didn't want to get an electric vehicle with the inability to charge it. And you'll hear from her momentarily that they have one electric vehicle currently, their second car, and it's been a real challenge, which has been what's holding them off. So they are putting the maintenance into what I call the jalopy in order just to keep it running, in the hopes that, you know, we were hoping to be here in March and go through and ultimately hopefully get an approval, and she would have had that new car already. But this is where we are, and that's our intent. And to your point about potential oil or issues or gas running into the line, you know, we've discussed this internally. We're more than happy to put some type of restriction on this rear yard parking area, that it can only be used for electric vehicles. That's a good point that you bring up, Commissioner. I didn't even think of it for that reason. It was more on the basis of, if for whatever reason this owner ever, let's say, gets rid of a car and only has one electric vehicle, but another tenant in the building is looking to get an electric vehicle, there's no restriction that it be for this particular owner, just a restriction that it be for electric vehicle parking. That's been the goal the entire time.
Okay.
So I don't have to actually say anything now? Then Mr. Wine took care of those questions?
That's up to you. I just like.
No, the only thing I was gonna add
Kind
to
of
it is
answered
that-
what I had to say though, but.
Yeah, the only other thing that it goes, I think, with properties in general that we, you know, we've worked on with putting in chambers or seepage pits is that it's, and I think it gets written somewhere, I mean, the owners are responsible for maintaining and cleaning. And when something happens, it's written, I don't know if it gets ended up going with their deed or in the resolution, but they have to maintain their underground systems. And it gets a value. I know there are engineers in towns that do circle back and check on stuff that they need to keep it, make sure it stays clean.
Yeah, that's not the issue. I was just wondering that they, as of now, they do have what they call a jalopy. And I'm just hoping that the thing wasn't gonna be there for long, and just in case, because if it's a, you know, when I owned the jalopy, I didn't know what was gonna come out of the bottom of that car, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know,
No, they
that's
do-
in that
they-
case,
they
when it
want
was set
their-
right underneath.
Yes.
in that application, what would you think of putting an interceptor in or something like that? But I just wanted to bring that point up to you. But I just-
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
All right, so Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, unless there were other questions, I was gonna bring up Ms. Bergonio, who I don't see.
No, she's here. I can swear in.
There she is.
Hi, Ms. Bergoni. I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand.
Can you see it? Yeah, hi.
Thank you. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Nilvia, Nilvia, Bergonio, Bergonio.
Thank you.
Ms. Bergonio, good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As previously stated, my name is Nilvia Bergonio. I have been a proud resident of Jersey City for about 20 years now. I decided to move here for the proximity to Midtown Manhattan, which is where I usually work. Moreover, it was convenient for my husband to remain in Jersey City as he grew up here and he can easily get to work via the many major highways surrounding the city. Although I have primarily depended on public transportation, I own a car as well as my husband. Our needs as parents and homeowners require us to rely on our cars to meet all of our daily errands. My husband depends on his cars to get to work, and there are many places outside the Jersey City area that do not have dependable public transportation systems. I depend on my car to ensure that my son gets to school, Infinity Institute, which is several miles away from my house. And getting there is a challenge in the morning, especially during taking public transportation. It takes me about an hour back and forth every day to do this. Furthermore, as an owner of a multiple dwelling home, I am required to make trips to Home Depot and Lowe's more often than I care to admit. Our daily activities require a lot of time, and due to the constant street closures and heavy traffic in Jersey City, it isn't easy to depend on public transportation to meet my daily errands. Since I have since I find it inevitable for us to have, not to have cars, we figure out that the best way to do it responsibly and to reduce the carbon emission in the city was to buy an EV vehicle and see how feasible it would be to charge it in Jersey City. Now that we own an EV vehicle, well, I gotta say, it has been a quite tricky most of the time, quite tricky to do this. Most of the time that I go to charge the car, either the EV charging stations are either occupied by non-EV vehicles, or they're just simply occupied. I have used my app to find charging stations, but that doesn't really work because as soon as I get to these charging stations, they're already taken. So the time that I spent trying to get my car charged is nothing less than ridiculous, to be honest. In order for me to make it here today, I had to use my budget to remodel my apartment. And as a result, I am now doing the remodeling myself, which requires me to add additional errands as well as like added stress to my schedule, which further constrains my time. This is very unfortunate as my daily activities will not change, and I cannot get rid of the things that require my vehicles to be used. Although I prefer to be a responsible car owner, the lengthy process that requires for me to accomplish these tasks is preventing me from making the decision to fully become an EV owner household. I need to replace my 2011 Outback, and I haven't replaced it for the reason stated by my counsel. Another EV vehicle won't be feasible unless I could do this in a manner that is not so much time consuming for me. Because right now I'm spreading myself really thin trying to own a car responsibly. And I feel like I'm taken aback by all these blocks that I have to go over in order to accomplish this. So I am here today hoping that you understand my request for a curb cut, as well as to ensure that I'm given the chance to responsibly continue to use my vehicles. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Nelvia.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it. Anybody, any questions?
No.
Okay, is that your presentation, council?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll certainly reserve the right to sum up or answer any comments received, but that concludes my presentation on direct.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody out there from the public that wants to comment on this application? If so, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Seeing
Anybody?
member of the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public speaking section.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Tanya, do you have anything you want to add?
I don't have much to add. I provided conditions and I sent them, I believe, to the attorney. I requested that 2 street trees be required, one on Magnolia and one on East Street, accordance with 345, 66, and that they be installed prior to an issuance of a CO or a TCO. And the next 2 ones are just kind of repeating and making sure that the curb cut is not greater than 10 feet wide, and that all testimony, of course, is binding.
I'm sorry, Tanya, what was the last one?
Standard language we use, all testimony given by the applicant and their witness in accordance with the application is binding.
Yeah, and I don't honestly recall seeing that email. I probably missed it, but I don't have an issue. I'll just defer to Ms. Osterkorn. You're comfortable there is room to add a street tree on both frontages?
Oh, let me just pull up the plan really quick.
I believe there is, but
I think
I'd rather.
they don't actually need, they don't need to be on our property. They're in the public right of way street.
Correct.
In the
Correct.
public right- Yep, sidewalks.
So all the frontage right now is all sidewalk. So we would do it with a tree grate. So the sidewalk would stay in and around it. It's not like there's a grass strip or anything. So we would do, I'm assuming Newark has they'll find a standard detail.
We do, we have forestry standards that don't permit a tree grate, but again, I quoted 345, 66, and so when you're moving forward with the tree forestry permits, you can be guided by that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Can I say
I mean,
something?
whatever the order, I mean, there is room in sense that there is, you know, this, East Street, there's almost 8 feet. And on Magnolia, there's more. It's just needing to cut out the area for the tree.
So I would
Okay.
say this, Tanya, Miss Marion, we'll certainly comply with all standards in place.
So that's a yes on the trees.
Yes.
Yes.
Tanya, you're okay with that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P 23-008 as presented to this board tonight.
Second,
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
aye,
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Dr. Desai, one more time. There's a delay on the audio again. There we go. Aye. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Cruz.
Dave,
Okay, I'll come back to Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Green,
Hi. You hear me?
yes.
We got you
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Commissioner Torres,
I just want to make a real quick comment then on the record. So it's a great idea. It's a great concept of for electric cars and stuff, and we need to start doing things to get more stations for them to power these electric cars. I know this is a trend we're going. I'm worried about this. When I saw this application during the week, I'm like, what are we gonna do if the can of worms we open up to start giving up rear-yard setbacks and having parking space, curb cuts for regular cars and curb cuts for e-cars, and I think it's something that we need to talk about in the planning staff maybe, and get some better ideas on how this would approach the future, because this is going to set a precedence of other people saying, hey, well, I would like to do something on my back of the house or something like that. And what are we actually giving up for that to happen? I know obviously there's a need for it, but for me right now, maybe I'm pretty sure it's going to change as we figure out a way of doing this better. But for right now, I need to vote no on this because I think we're giving up the rear-yard setback is going to start a precedent in other parts of the community that for something that we're not sure that they're always going to have an e-car. You know, I'm not sure if this is a right way to go right now. I think we're a little ahead of the game. So with that, I vote no.
okay, we're going back to Commissioner Cruz. You can't turn your audio on? All right, we'll go to Chairman Langston.
All right, thanks, Cam. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, we can't go with a thumbs up on a vote. We definitely need a voice vote. But that being said, I agree with Commissioner Torres on this. You know, when I reviewed this, I just worried about the precedent that we're setting. Historically, you know, we don't approve curb cuts on existing structures. I understand the need for EV charging stations. I just don't think this is the way we should be going. I think we should be adding EV charging stations citywide, and it's a dangerous precedent to set to take away a rear yard to provide 2 cars worth of parking. So I'm going to vote no.
Okay, so we have
Cam,
two.
I got David on my phone. Is that acceptable if you could hear his voice?
I would have to ask Santo.
I'm not seeing Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Cruz, can you hear us?
Yes.
He can call in. He can call into the number. Do you have
Have
the
him
number?
call into the number.
Yeah.
You're good. You
Oh, okay, so Commissioner Cruz, just what is your vote?
just hung up. He said. He was
Can't-
gonna do the next one.
Let him call
Can
in.
we-
Hold on. Allow him to call in. And let's get him on the record. Are you with us, Commissioner Cruz? Your name keeps
Yes,
popping.
I am. I vote aye.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Commissioner Cruz.
on a motion to approve, we have 6 in favor, 2 voting no. The motion passes with conditions.
All
Thank you
right,
very
thank
much,
you.
everybody. I'll
Thank
see
you,
you a little
Council.
bit later for another one.
All right, we'll see you in a few. Santa, you need to recuse on the next application, correct?
I do, Chairman.
Okay, so let's call item 10 is case P22-161 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 231 12th Street.
Chairman, after the application is complete, if you could just call me on the cell phone, I'll jump
You got
back
it. You got it. I
Thank
can do that.
All right, promoted Mike Higgins and Matt Flynn.
Good evening, members of the board. Michael Higgins on behalf of Yum and Chill Restaurant Group.
Mr. Higgins, good evening. Just before you go any further, I'm sure you just heard our board attorney has to recuse on this application. Just going forward, I'm comfortable moving on without him at this point. But if the need arises and we have to consult with counsel, we would have to carry this item and consult with outside counsel at that point. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I understand.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is for 231 12th Street. That's block 8603 in lot 2. This is near the Holland Tunnel. It's at 12th and Erie. This is located in the commercial strip district of the 10th Street redevelopment plan. Currently, the property is improved with an existing gas station and convenience store, and also a car wash. The existing building is going to be demolished under our proposal and be replaced with a multi-use building, which will be a convenience store slash restaurant with a drive-through. That would be a Taco Bell restaurant, and the gas station canopy will remain. All these uses are permitted in the zone and anticipated by the zoning. However, as when we get to our planning testimony, eventually, the board will see that the bulk standards for the district don't well accommodate these uses. But there are several similar lots adjacent that are also gas stations with drive-through restaurants along 12th Street and going towards the Holland Tunnel. I'd also note that because of its proximity to the Holland Tunnel, Port Authority has concurrent jurisdiction over 12th Street. We're requesting several variances as part of our application. First is green area ratio, where 0.25 is required, and we're proposing 0.04. We're also requesting lot coverage, where 75% is permitted, and we're proposing 91.3%. Street trees, where 6 are required, and we're not proposing any street trees, and signage, where 1 per use is permitted. And we're proposing 3 for the Taco Bell and 1 for the BP, so 4 signs total. I note that for 2 of those items, green area ratio and lot coverage, and our planner and our engineer will show this in more detail later, we are improving existing conditions on the lot. I have 4 experts. We have civil engineer Mark Lieber, we have traffic engineer Josh Herman, our architect Eric Leapins, and then our planner John McDonough. And I'm going to go in that order with civil engineering first. I think because engineering is so integral to this application, the architectural details will come after because that's so minor. And I expect that testimony will be very brief.
Mike, if you don't mind me interrupting, can you run through those professionals again?
Yeah, it was Mark Lieber is our engineer. Josh Herman is our traffic engineer. Eric Lippins is our architect. And I misspoke. Our planner actually this evening is going to be Matt Flynn filling in for John McDonough.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yep, everyone's here.
Okay, and that's my introduction. I think we could move to Mark's testimony, our civil engineer, if we could get him sworn in. And
sure. Before we do that, council, Liz, I did see the notice on the data portal. Have you had a chance to review notice, and do you find it to be sufficient?
Yes, I have, and I do.
Okay, thank you. So let's qualify notice and mark that A1.
Great. And I'll swear in Mark, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Mark with a C. Last name is Lieber, L-E-B-E-R.
Thank you.
Mr. Lieber, good evening. I don't recall if we've qualified you in the past, have we?
No, actually, this is my first time before the board.
All right, welcome. And if you could just go through your background, your qualifications, and your licensing.
Sure, good evening. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Drexel University in 1999. Following school, I returned part-time in the evenings to complete the MBA program at the Rutgers Graduate School. In 2003, I was licensed as a professional engineer in New Jersey. And in 2005, I was licensed as a planner. And in 2006, I completed the Municipal Engineering Certificate Program. In 2007, I was appointed as a member of the Howell Township Planning Board. And since then, I've worked on both the public and private side, doing both municipal work and developer work.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lieber. And just for the record, you're just testifying as a civil engineer tonight?
Yes.
Okay, and your license is current in the state of New Jersey tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, if you don't mind just walking us through your site plans and showing the improvements to the front.
Sure. I only have one exhibit to introduce tonight. It's drawing sheet 3 of the plans that were filed. I just added a little bit of color to it.
Okay, we can introduce that as an exhibit. I guess we'd be on A2.
Yes, so if you could just describe what's been colored and give us the revision date on the print, please.
Sure. It is a coloring of drawing sheet 3 of 14. And the revision date is March 20th of 2023.
And that's sheet 3 of these civil plans, correct?
Yes, and here it is.
Okay, gotcha. So let's mark that A2. And if you could, please provide planning staff with a copy of that.
Okay, is email okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so this property is 231 12th Street. It's block 8603, lot 2. It's about 0.65 acres. It's a corner lot. It's situated on the southerly side of 12th Street between Jersey Avenue and Erie Street. And Erie is the side street, which is reflected on the right side of this exhibit. In this part of the city, 12th Street is a 6-lane road, and it's all one way going east. That's part of the Holland Tunnel approach. And the portion of this area is under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority. Presently, there's a BP gas station on the property. In the rear, there's a car wash building, which is freestanding. Now, access to the property is available on both frontages. There's 2 driveway openings on 12th Street and there's 2 driveway openings on Erie Street. But there are some access restrictions because 12th Street is one way going east. There's no left turns permitted out of the property. And Erie Street is one way going north, so there's no right turns permitted out onto Erie Street. The impervious coverage is about 94.3% or 26,870 square feet, and that's covered by buildings and parking areas. That's a non-conformity. The zone only permits 75% lot coverage. Now, surrounding this property are a mix of different uses. Starting off to the east of the property, there's a Shell gas station and a McDonald's. To the west of this property, that would be immediately to the left of this diagram, there's an Exxon station and there's a Wendy's that's under construction. Across 12th Street, there's a 2-story office building. And then behind the property, which is south, there's a parking lot. You heard previously that the zone here is the 10th Street redevelopment area. And the district allows a variety of uses. So this evening, the applicant seeks to remove the car wash building in order to construct this freestanding 2,850 square foot single-story structure. The left side of the building, which is described if you're looking from 12th Street, will contain a Taco Bell restaurant that's 1,640 square feet. And the right side of the building would be a convenience store of 1,210 square feet. The Taco Bell does have a drive-through. The ordering board is behind the gas station in the rear. The queue comes around in a counterclockwise fashion so as not to impede with the flow of traffic in and out of the gas station. As part of the project, the gas station canopy and the service pumps are going to remain. Inside this Taco Bell, there are no seats, but there are some outdoor seats which face east toward Erie Street, and there's also a walk-up window. And the hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 2:30 a.m., and that would be daily. As a single-story building, we measure from the ground to the peak of the tower of Taco Bell, which is on the end of the building, and that is 25 feet high. And since that zone allows a height of 25 feet, we do comply with the height requirements. Now, you'll notice the placement of the building is to the rear of the property. However, it does comply with the zone setbacks. The access is going to remain largely the same as it is presently. There's just one minor change. We're creating a small channelizing island along Erie Street, and that's really to separate the cars exiting the drive-through from cars entering into the gas station. Other than that, the turning restrictions, no left onto 12th, no right onto Erie, would still remain in place. With regard to off-street parking, we did calculate the spaces needed under the code for the 2 combined uses of restaurant and convenience store, and it appears that between 5 and 10 spaces are required. And we were able to accommodate 11 spaces, which are directly in front of the new building. Since this property is located in a tidal flood hazard area with a base flood elevation 11, we situated our building at elevation 12. We did need a permit from the NJDEP. It's a flood hazard individual permit, and they granted that permit on May 25th, 2023. Now, aside from the overall building layout and parking, the total site impervious would be decreased by about 3% to 91.3% lot coverage. And that square footage is 26,010 square feet. So there is a minor reduction in lot coverage with the application. Some ancillary things we're providing are new sidewalks and landscaping along Erie Street, new LED lighting in the parking lot. There is a proposed pylon site ID sign at the northwest corner of the property where the first driveway is off of 12th Street. The sign is 80 square feet in the area, and it would be placed next to the existing gas station pylon sign. Our sign is 16 feet high, and that does comply with the ordinance limitations. There is some building mounted signage. We have the Taco Bell logo, and then we also have a convenience store signage. And that combined area is 82 square feet. And the architect's going to show you the elevational drawings in a few minutes so you can get a look at where those signs are placed. Also, a feature is we're going to create a new trash enclosure. which would accommodate the refuse from both the convenience store as well as Taco Bell. We're going to install all new utilities, which includes water, sewer, gas, and electric. Now, as far as the relief, which you heard of earlier, I'm going to run through that list of requirements and the relief that we are asking for. So first of all is the green area ratio. The minimum is 0.25 and we have 0.04. That's the first item. The maximum lot coverage is 75% permitted. Now, while we are reducing it by 3%, we're still at 91.3%. So that's still a non-conformity and a variance is requested. The code requires street trees along 12th Street. Interestingly enough, there actually are no street trees anywhere on 12th Street. The road, which is rather wide, does contain curbs and sidewalks on both sides, but there is a large amount of directional signage in addition to traffic lights and street lights. And I imagine that the Port Authority left out the trees because it obscures the signage that goes up and down the road. So we're not proposing 6 street trees along 12th Street, so we do need relief from that. The city code limits signage to 1 per use, and there are 3 signs proposed. So because BP, the gas station, is 1 use, they have 2 pylon signs. And our planner is going to discuss that variance in a few minutes. The only other thing I wanted to mention is about the lighting. The code specifies that in a parking lot, the lighting levels are greater than a half a foot candle average. And when it comes to site lighting, gas stations actually have the highest illumination levels in the industry. And those illumination levels and recommendations come from the Illuminating Engineering Society, which is also known as the IES. So for a typical parking lot at a shopping center or a commercial establishment, you'd usually find average lighting levels between a half a foot candle and 2 foot candles. But the IES recommends for a gas station lighting of 10 to 15 foot candles. So this property being a gas station, it's just not practical to comply with the half a foot candle limitation. And again, there's additional testimony tonight from the applicant's planner who will go through the various items I just noted. Last thing I want to mention is we had the opportunity to review the city planning letter, which was dated April 25th of this year, as well as the engineering letter dated April 20th. With regards to the contents of the 2 reports, we take no exception to any of the comments stated. There were some requests in those reports to provide the Port Authority approval, and we did get their approval on January 4th of this year, which I can forward for the board's files. That summarizes my testimony. Essentially, the application is for a permitted use. We comply with the zone bulk requirements with exception of lot coverage. This building, as you'll see from our architect, it's modern, it's attractive, it's situated to comply with the flood elevation for safety. We're not modifying the access. The flow of vehicles has been designed to be efficient and appropriate for the use. We think it's a rather nice improvement to this corner lot. Certainly, if there's any questions, I will be on for the remainder of the meeting. Or if you want to ask questions now, that would be perfectly fine as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lever. The only question I do have, and I'm looking at your civil plans, you're not asking for another curb cut, correct? There's currently 4 on there?
Yes, there's 1 at each end on 12th, and then similarly on Erie, 1 at each end.
Okay, and all 4 are ingress and egress?
Yeah, I kind of know what your question is going to be, and I do want you to know we do have a traffic engineer tonight if you want to hold the question for him.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
That's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lieber.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, I think we can keep the flow of traffic moving and get our traffic engineer in. Excuse the bad pun.
I love it. I loved it.
It's Josh Herman.
Hi, Josh. I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Yes, hi, good
You swear
evening.
any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, my name is Josh Herman. That's spelled Herman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Herman. I believe we have
evening.
qualified you in the past, right?
No, I have not been before this board, but happy to
Okay.
provide my credentials.
Sure, if you could.
Absolutely. So my name is Josh Herman. I am a traffic engineer with Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NYU and a master's degree in transportation planning and engineering, also from NYU. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and have been practicing in the area of transportation engineering for more than a decade.
Okay, and Mr. Herman, that license is current tonight in New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you, Josh. Could you just walk us through your traffic study and describe your findings to the board?
Absolutely. My team prepared a traffic and parking study for the project. That study has been submitted and it's dated January 9th of this year, 2023. So the first step in preparing this traffic study was to evaluate the existing traffic generated by the site, as well as the expected future traffic generated by the future uses. That is, the current site has a gas station with 12 fueling positions, and the future condition would also contain 12 fueling positions on site. The convenience store that's currently on site would be demolished, and a smaller convenience store would be constructed, and an additional fast food restaurant with a drive-through would be added to the site. So many comparable uses here. The convenience store has been shrunk in size, but a fast food restaurant would be added. So we prepared future trip generation projections for the traffic study for the future condition based on standard industry standard trip generation rates from ITE, that's the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And so based on our calculations, the site is expected to generate between 20 and 45 new vehicle trips. That's total of entering and exiting the site in the future. Now, it's important to note that a majority of traffic generated by a site such as this, so that's a gas station, a fast food restaurant, a convenience store, a majority of that is what we call pass-by traffic. I'm sure you've heard that many times before, but pass-by traffic is basically people who are already on the road. They see a gas station, they see a fast food restaurant, they see a convenience store, and people will pop in for a snack, a dinner on the way home, something of that nature. So at least 50% of traffic generated by a fast food restaurant is generally what we would consider pass-by traffic that's already on the road, and it would not be adding additional traffic. So we completed, based on the numbers of future traffic levels, we completed a detailed traffic analysis looking at the operations of all the driveways for the proposed development. And based on our findings, we would not the proposed development would not significantly impact the operations of the roadways. In terms of the parking on site, as previously stated, there will be 11 spaces provided, but then there's also the 12 pumps that are provided, the gas fueling position. So people, who are fueling their cars will run into a convenience store to pick up a drink or a coffee, a snack along the way. So that's including the gas station, that would be 23 effective parking spaces. So there would be sufficient parking provided on site. In terms of the queuing analysis that we did, we conducted a queuing analysis for the drive-through, and based on our findings, which took into account average service rate for Taco Bell's, we would anticipate a maximum of approximately 4 vehicles in the queue during peak times. So the on-site circulation is not anticipated to be impacted by the by the drive-through. So overall, it's, my professional opinion that the site has been, designed well from a traffic circulation perspective, and the development would not significantly impact traffic operations in the area.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
All right, thank you, Mr. Herman. I do have a question about circulation. For the life of me, I cannot understand why all four of those curb cuts have to be ingress and egress. It looks like a circulation nightmare to me.
So today, those driveways are ingress and egress driveways, and they provide additional, opportunities for drivers to enter and exit. They are spaced from each other. They're not directly next to each other, so that provides, ample spacing between them in order for drivers to navigate successfully in and out of the site.
In your experience, that so the easternmost driveway on 12th Street, why would a driver pull into that driveway?
It's likely not as well used. However, people who are traveling along 12th Street, if they miss the first driveway, 12th Street does have 6 lanes. So if people miss the opportunity to get in at the first driveway, they may use the second driveway. That being said, it is lesser used than the western driveway.
Okay.
But it just provides that extra opportunity.
All right, that was my only question. Anybody else for Mr. Herman?
Yes, I have a question, Commissioner Flores. I do see the same thing with the flow of traffic. I see on the question that I have is I see a lot of cars. Should tractor trailers coming in and out of that same area, and what is the flow for the trailers that come out? One would be Taco Bell's delivery trucks. Sometimes they come by me up here and a large tractor trailer to make a delivery on Broadway and off Garfield Avenue in Jersey City. Other one would be is the gas station supplying diesel fuel? And if they are supplying diesel fuel, then I guess we have trailers coming in at that space. The flow of trailers in that space. So I only see cars, and everything.
So I do believe the facility does provide diesel, and that the future operations would not change. Is that correct?
I can help with that.
Mr. Cooper.
Go ahead, Mark.
I got to share my screen now. We had met with the owner of the property to specifically lay out a plan for how to get a delivery here. How do I do this? This is a template showing where a tractor trailer would park. With the gas station, there's underground fuel tanks, which are shown in this aerial photo in concrete. And there's only a certain distance that the truck is allowed to be from those fill ports. So we'd specifically laid out a location on the property, which is, if you look closely, you can see the wheels of the tractor trailer. This is all drawn to scale. So this is, an accurate representation of where that tractor trailer could park and fill up those ports. And what's nice about this location is that it doesn't block anybody from entering either the drive-through for Taco Bell or a fill position at the gas station. And in fact, the same exact spot can be used for a vehicle making a delivery to either the convenience store or the restaurant.
Okay, very good.
All righty.
Mr. Lieber, before you take that screen share down, we do have to mark that as an exhibit. I believe that's sheet 7, correct?
This was also sheet 3, and I could email this over to you. So you have it for the file.
Okay, and that's an aerial view of sheet 3 and colorized. Actually, that's different from my sheet 3.
It's, I mean, there might be some notations here that are slightly different, but the curb line is the same as your sheet 3.
Okay, so let's call that a colorized version, aerial photo depicting sheet 3. And we'll mark that as A3, please.
A3,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, one more question then on this.
Go ahead.
As you are looking at that same picture then, on Erie Street side, going, the cutout on the south side, where it has the, planter box or R47 in the middle, so that cars could go a certain direction.
Yeah,
You see the tractor trailer leaving onto 12th Street or leaving onto Erie Street on the north Erie Street north cutout? Or would you think that would be the easiest way for it to get out, or going straight onto 12th?
no, I think, what happens is this truck would go back up, pull forward around the canopy and then exit.
Right, and come out that way? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Okay.
Yeah, and we wanted to meet with the owner of the gas station to explain this to them, just because they had similar concerns.
Okay. I'm glad that you're talking about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So just to continue on that train, so that truck would pull out on 12th Street? And where would it go from there? I assume the tractor trailers. Obviously, that tractor trailer is not going into the Holland Tunnel.
It's got 1 block to go.
Mm-hmm. So it has to cross all those lanes of traffic in 1 block.
I mean, right now, even without this use, he has the same situation, because if he goes out to Erie Street, he can only make a left.
I don't see why they would want to make a right.
Let me take a look real quick. I mean, he could go right on 12th and make a right on Grove.
Back into Jersey City.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm just kind of making an assumption because I don't know what the route is.
I mean, we're assuming at this point that tractor trailers are allowed on Grove, correct?
Yes.
I mean, are you aware of a limitation?
Oh, there is.
I would assume there isn't, but this is a legal hearing, so I think we should know. Liz, do you have any information for us?
Well, my assumption here is that what would end up happening, so Marin is 2 ways. So my assumption would be that traffic would circulate off of Marin, and then they would be able to loop up to 78 westbound. But again, this is an ongoing, this is already happening, functioning. So that would just be my feedback with that.
Commissioner Lanston, I think that by clearing this up would be just as simple as what happens now. I guess they will go down, coming out of the Erie Street side, going straight to Erie to 14th Street and making a left-hand turn on 14th Street.
I
Will
would,
put you back on 1 and 9, put you back on the Turnpike area, and get you out of the area. I do understand what the same concern I had was if he misses that Erie Street he's going through, he's going into the Holland Tunnel or up into back into Jersey City area, which we
Wow.
would try to avoid that. But he does have the option of going straight north into Erie Street onto 14th Street. and then left.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's, you know, again, that's an existing condition. It doesn't make me feel any better about it. That's happening.
I'd like to know too, there's other gas stations, I believe, further down 12th Street as well towards the Holland Tunnel. I don't know if Josh, do you have anything to add towards that point? Or
Yeah, I mean, there are, you are correct. There are several gas stations further east on 12th Street. So those may go further into Jersey City, whereas, you know, the benefit here is at least a truck that's leaving this property could use Erie Street northbound to head back towards 78 and the Turnpike.
Okay, understood. All right, anybody else for Mr. Herman? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, Josh. So I think we can move on to our architectural testimony unless any other members of the board had questions for Mr. Herman.
I don't think anybody else did. So yeah, let's continue, please.
Okay, so that's Eric Lippens, if we could get him sworn in as well.
Hi, Eric. I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. First name Eric, E-R-I-K, last name Liepins, L-I-E-P-I-N-S.
Thank you.
Mr. Leapins, good evening. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think we qualified you in the past, have we?
We have, yes.
Okay, we have. All right, so your license is current in the state of New Jersey tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified then.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Eric, if you could please just walk us through your floor plans briefly and
Sure. I will share my screen here. Okay, so as Mark had initially mentioned, the brief overview of the project, we're proposing a single-story building. It's approximately 100 feet by 28.5 feet, which is 2,850 square feet, with 1,640 square feet being the Taco Bell, which is on the right-hand side of the plan, and 1,210 square feet, which is the convenience store on the left side of the plan. This is one structure, although in the middle we are proposing a walk-in box for the Taco Bell restaurant, which is set back from the main plane of the building. And then as you'll see in the elevations, the roof line is also lower, which gives a nice transition between the two concepts so that they have their own identity. The convenience store is very similar to any convenience store that we're all familiar with retail shelving, glass door, reach-in merchandisers, soda bar, coffee bar, and then their checkout counter. The Taco Bell, as previously testified, it is a walk-up. There is an indoor area, so it's similar to the McDonald's next door, but there is an indoor space where patrons can go to place their order and wait for their food, but 0 seats on the inside. There is an outdoor patio on the Erie Street side, which has 2 tables, four seats each, for a total of 8 seats. If we go to the elevations, this is the elevation facing 12th Street, the left-hand side, the Taco Bell, the right-hand side, the convenience store, the main parapet around the top.
I'm sorry, I do have to jump in real quick. We do need to mark this. We don't have any colorized versions in our plans.
You don't, okay. So then this is sheet A4, which is titled Proposed Exterior Elevation. And then we'll also mark that A4, I believe. I think that's
Yes, we're up to A4. Okay, thank you. And if you could just please email any exhibits. Is this the last one that's colorized or are there more?
There is one more, if you want to just mark it at the same time.
Sure.
So this is A4.1, titled Proposed Exterior Elevations Continued, and we'll mark that A5.
Let's do them separately. So we'll do A4 is a colorized version of, I'm sorry, sheet A4.
Yeah.
Okay, and A 4.1 is a colorized version of sheet A 4.1. Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure. So the left-hand side, which is Taco Bell, I'll zoom in just a little bit here. So the main parapet around the building is at 20 feet, around the Taco Bell side of the building is at 20 feet. With the corner tower element on the left-hand side, that's at 20 feet, 25 feet high. That contains an internally illuminated bell and lettering for the Taco Bell logo. That sign is 27.4 square feet. The materials here in tan, it's a fiber cement siding. In the gray and purple, it's a fiber cement panel system. And the tower at the left corner is a metal that looks like it's rusted, but it's just it just appears to be that way. It's not actually rusted metal. And on the left-hand side, you'll see the structure that covers the outdoor patio. On the right-hand side for the convenience store, it is a BP branded convenience store. So we have this green band, which is fiber cement panels, which kind of leads you into the entry, which is in the middle of the facade. Below the green band is a black corrugated metal system. And on the far right side, you do have another internally illuminated sign, which is 33.8 square feet. And that sits on a fiber cement siding facade there. And you'll see here in between the two concepts, we have the walk-in box enclosure where we'll have some of the main utilities on the face of it. And it's a nice way to break up the two different uses here and give them their own identity while maintaining that one structure. We go around to the drive-through side. So this is sheet A4.1. The drive-through side of the building is the top here facing south. So the left-hand side now is the convenience store, and that's just a gray EIFS material. Moving into the walk-in box enclosure, and then the same materials that are on the 12th Street side of the Taco Bell, the fiber cement siding and panels, the drive-through window being on the far right, which allows us to increase the stack to the maximum capacity. So the drive-through window is where the transaction happens, the paying transaction and the pickup of the food. And that has a canopy over to protect the motorists from any inclement weather. We do have 5 downspouts on the side of the building. And again, you'll see on the right-hand side the roof structure for the outdoor patio. The parapet around on both concepts, it's a minimum of 42 inches high as per code. So that protects or that shields most of the rooftop equipment, but we are proposing additional rooftop screening for anything that may be visible outside of that parapet. On the east elevation, which is what faces Erie Street, again, you'll see the continued materiality with another internally illuminated Taco Bell sign being the same size as the one facing 12th Street at 27.4 square feet. And then on the west side is just the side elevation of the convenience store. And I believe that concludes my testimony.
Okay, thank you, sir. I did hear you say the magic word that was EIFS. That's on the rear elevation only, or that's on the side elevation too?
The rear and the side that is not facing Erie Street. So the inner side of the property. So if I go back to the plan, it's the bottom wall, only on the top, on the convenience store side, and the left side here, on the left side of the screen, facing the entry to the drive-through lane.
Okay, understood. And Liz, is that permitted? Or is that also a deviation?
I believe it's permitted, but I'd have to check the redevelopment plan specifically.
Okay, maybe we could check that before any motion is made to vote on this tonight.
Yep, I'll get eyes on it now.
Okay, we do, council, we do ask one condition whenever EIFS is involved, that any cutting of the EIFS material is contained indoors, that it's not cut outside, so we don't have foam blowing around the neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, that condition's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was my only question. Anybody else? Anything?
The lights, how long would the lights be on?
So their operating hours, I believe, were council 7 to 2:30, correct?
I believe operating hours are,
That's correct, 7 to 2:30 daily.
thank you, Mark.
Okay, so we would ask for another condition that those lights are only illuminated during operating hours.
Okay, we'll agree to that condition as well.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Any questions? No. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so only one more witness. This will be Matt Flynn, our planner.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Matt. I'll swear in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Matthew Flynn, Flynn.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, good evening. I believe we have qualified you in the past, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so just let us know that your license is current and you would be qualified.
Yeah, I do have my professional planner's license and my AICP certification, and both are current.
Okay, and they're in the state of New Jersey, correct?
One is national, one is New Jersey, but yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Okay, Matt, if you could just walk us through your planner's report and justify the variances that we're requesting.
Sure. So as the board knows by now, we are looking at one property, which is block 8603, lot 2. It does have a lot area of 28,500 square feet. So this is a pretty large property, substantially oversized per zoning, whereas 2,500 square feet is required for a car wash, a restaurant, and retail. We obviously have much more than that. And then 20,000 square feet is required for a service station with canopy. We are a corner lot on the corner of 12th Street and Erie Street, which is basically the rationale for the additional signage that we're requesting here. We are in the Jersey Avenue 10th Street redevelopment plan in the commercial strip district. And we are permitted use. We're not requesting any D variances for use, height, or the like, FAR. Existing conditions, we went through that. We know what the proposed conditions are by now. So just to jump right into the C variances or the deviations from the redevelopment plan. We are requesting a deviation from the the green area ratio. 0.04 is what we're proposing. 0.25 is what is required. That's an existing condition. Right now, it's actually 0. So it is actually an improvement over what's there today. Lot coverage, 91.3% proposed, 75% is required or permitted maximum. The existing, again, is 94.3%. So again, that's also an improvement over existing. Street trees on 12th, we just heard from our engineer that there actually are no street trees along 12th in this area. So we are requesting that deviation for 0 trees versus 6, which is the requirement. And back to that number of exterior signs, we're proposing 4 in total, whereas we are allowed 2, seeing that we do have 2 different uses here, and we are allowed one sign per use. There are 3 proposed for the proposed Taco Bell, and then there's 1 for the BP. And again, seeing that we are a corner lot with it's a very visible lot, being that we have frontages on 2 streets here. We think that those signage are necessary for safe identification of the property, for wayfinding and getting into the property without missing that opportunity to get into the property. Illumination at the property line, 4 to 7 foot candles is proposed. 0.5 foot candles is the maximum permitted. All of that, I think, can be justified by the C2 balancing test, whereby the benefits of the application as a whole substantially outweigh any detriments. On the positive side, again, we are providing a permitted use to effectuate that redevelopment plan. Improving that which is there is a core goal of planning, continual site upgrades, keeps the site fresh, keeps the site current, and in line with modern consumer preferences. And we are able to accommodate all of this site improvement with relatively minimal relief being required. We are improving impervious coverage, like I said. All of that, I think, goes towards the purposes of the municipal land use law, including Purpose A, promotion of the general welfare, Purpose G, variety of uses in appropriate locations, Purpose I, desirable visual environment, and Purpose M, efficient use of land. Again, improving the aesthetics of the property, providing something that's more current and modern, and providing something that's compatible with everything that's going on in this area. The flip side to that is the negative criteria, no substantial detriment to the public or to the zone plan. This was actually, I think a lot of this was actually noted in the staff report here, where it was noted that the street trees would actually limit visibility and sidewalk usage. There are currently no street trees along this strip, so we do fit in nicely in that regard. Again, we do have a corner lot, so I think the signage makes sense. It's not going to appear as over branding. Illumination allows for greater visibility for the pedestrians. This is a highly trafficked area, as we all know. And again, we are compliant with parking. We're compliant with FAR, which basically speaks to the fact that we are not proposing anything that the property can't accommodate. I think that there is also an element of the C1 hardship test, being that all of the relief actually relates to an existing development on a lawfully existing development on an existing piece of property. The applicant does not need to satisfy both, but I think in this case, the applicant does satisfy both the C2 and the C1 test to grant relief for all the variances being requested. Like I said, about half of the variances being requested are actually improvements over existing, and the other ones really have no substantial detriment to the zone plan or to the public, and I think fit in nicely with everything that's happening in the area. So with that, I think I'll open myself up to questions unless there's any redirect.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flynn. I have no questions. Anybody else? No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
So I would just like to reiterate that with regards to street trees on 12th Street, Port Authority does not permit that, which is basis for our variance there. And with regards to the variances for lot coverage and green area ratio, again, just to reiterate, those are improvements to existing conditions. Also, I'd like to note on the record that we agree to all conditions included in the staff report, and also the additional condition for payment in lieu of planting of street trees along 12th Street for whatever that fee is. That concludes our presentation for tonight, but I'd be happy to answer any questions of the board.
All right, thank you, Mr. Higgins. Yeah, you just saved me that question on the payment in lieu of street trees. And we also do have the additional conditions on the EFS being cut inside only, and the lights are only on during operating hours.
Yes, we agree to those.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. So if there's no other questions, I'll open it up for public.
I believe my architect also wanted to, excuse me, Chairman, I believe my architect.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, there was talk about the hours of operation. This is to be a 24-hour facility for the gas station, the convenience store, and the Taco Bell.
For all three uses.
I believe it's all three, yes. I know for sure that the gas station and convenience store.
Okay.
And Chairman Langston, I had a chance to review the redevelopment plan. The plan does not explicitly prohibit the use of EFS. So as such, it would be permitted and not require a variance.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, so we'll eliminate that that lights on only during operating hours condition. Being that it's
You can
24
still
hours.
keep it, Lester. Just let it, if they close, if for some reason they close at middle of the night at 3 a.m, then they gotta shut the lights off, that's all.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Taco Bell being open 24 hours, but okay, yeah, let's keep the condition just in case that one use is closed
Yeah,
at some point.
we can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you press *9 to raise your hands.
Aaron has joined the panelists. Oh, actually, Aaron declined. I'm gonna promote Kayla. Kayla will be has joined the panelists.
Okay.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Kayla. Are you able to turn your video on?
They just called the
Yeah,
soccer
one-
team up.
Hang on.
1 second.
Sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner Lipsky, your mic is live there.
All right. And Kayla, I will swear you in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Kayla, Kayla, last name Burrell, Burell, 197 Duncan Avenue.
Thank you.
Ms. Burrow, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
All right, great. I love Taco Bell. I'm very excited to see more. But I do have a question about the like the delivery apps, how that's going to affect traffic and flow, and if you expect them to be more cyclists or cars, and how that related to your traffic study. Also, the relief for green space, while I do see some improvement, since there's a flat roof, it would have been really nice to see like a green space added up there that was permeable and maybe drained. And I wondered if you considered that as well. That's it.
All right, thank you. It's a great question on the delivery apps. Council, can you address that at all? As far as traffic,
Yeah.
was considered?
I think as far as traffic, I really need to defer to our traffic engineer who testified there'll be no adverse impacts. Josh, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so our traffic study takes into account, fast food restaurants from data from fast food restaurants collected throughout the country. So, that includes the delivery app vehicles that, all the delivery vehicles that pull in and out of the site. We take a look at all the traffic that's generated by this type of use. So that's already taken into account by the traffic study. And so, our analyses incorporated those vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herman.
Okay. And I can have Mark speak to whether a green roof was considered for this property and why it wasn't. Mark, are you?
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, the types of green infrastructure, I saw pervious pavement we looked at. Unfortunately, the DEP doesn't allow pervious pavement where there is a gas station because it's considered a spill risk. We did look at possibly putting some green roof. It is more or less a maintenance issue for this type of a use. Being that there's a restaurant in the building, there's a number of penetrations in the roof that both are for HVAC as well as the cooking areas of the kitchen as well. And really by the time you deduct those types of areas, there's not much usable green roof to benefit. If this were perhaps something larger or, a parking deck or a warehouse, then absolutely, I think that'd make perfect sense, but it's a rather small building. You can't do a green roof on the canopy at the gas station. There's really no way to get up there to maintain anything. Not a structural engineer, but I am not even sure if the canopy would be able to hold that kind of weight. But we really tried to do the best we could with creating some perimeter green area, especially on the rear of the property. But this particular part of 12th Street is pretty much well established and built out, which is why we were asking for the relief.
Thank you very much, Mark.
All right, thank you, Mr. Luke. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
If we could, let's continue on with public comment, please.
Hello to Carol, Nicole.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hi, Carol. Are you able to turn your video on?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
here we go.
Oh, I see you, and I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand.
Okay. Yes. Can you see my hand?
I saw it there. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Carol McNichol, 26 Crescent Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you.
evening, Ms. McNichol. We have
Hello.
three for you.
My only thought is about the green space. So what would the payment in lieu of street trees be? But how is that figured?
Yeah, I believe it's $500 per tree, and it would be $6 for 12th Street, so a total of $3,000.
And what does that money go to?
I can help you out there, Mr. Higgins. So those trees, I've actually just discussed this with Councilwoman Prince Airy, because this comes up in front of us very often.
Okay.
And, those trees, that payment goes to the arborist, but she's on the street tree,
Shade Tree Commission.
Shade Tree Commission. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
So that money goes to the Shade Tree Commission, and those trees are relocated somewhere else.
Ooh, the men.
I have talked to her about making sure that those trees are planted in the same, at least ward. I'd like to see them in the same neighborhood, but at least in the same ward. So yeah, that payment does go to them, and those trees are relocated.
I see. My next thought was, now I assume 12th Street's a narrow street. It's just mainly cars and lanes going to the tunnel. Have the client thought about, instead of trees, doing something lower, like planter boxes that are low, and you have green, you have plants that can help beautify the neighborhood. Also, we should be doing more greening of the city rather than less, because of the carbon sequestration that we are seeking to achieve, and especially in an area where there's so much pollution from the cars. So, yeah, have you thought about that? Some kind of planter boxes?
Sure. I can, yeah. So again, the frontage along 12th Street was planned in concert with the Port Authority. And also, I think that just because of safety concerns, because of how busy the thoroughfare is over there, you don't want too much along 12th Street to obstruct any pedestrians. So I think that's the main concern there.
So nothing is allowed in addition to what's on the sidewalk already, with all the signage and all the poles.
Yeah, I think it's really a
I mean, there's a fear that people are gonna get hurt and not run into poles, they're gonna run into plants and trees. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but we'll take your money and use it elsewhere in the city. We appreciate it. We want more trees in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
I believe me, I'd love to see those 6 trees there, but I think we're fighting a losing battle as far as 12th Street goes, but yeah. Okay, anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no more public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Second it.
Okay, the motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, I'm just gonna share my screen quickly. Just to also, this was the same applicant had put in an application that our team approved or that our board approved for 245 12th Street. So that's just the property immediately adjacent to this one. That application had very similar variances requested. And throughout the process for that application, myself as a planner learned more about the kind of the jurisdiction with Port Authority and kind of the limitations that we have in terms of modifying ingress and egress from the site, as well as plantings and such along specifically 12th Street. I think they also have some jurisdiction over Erie Street as well, just because it's so close. And then we had already, I'll just stop sharing because we've already discussed conditions, and with those conditions that we've discussed, staff would recommend approval.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd just like to
thanks.
note one last thing for the record that again, this is jurisdiction of Port Authority along 12th Street in just regards to those street trees again. So it's not the jurisdiction of Jersey City there. Just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you, council. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 22-161 as presented tonight to our board.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
You're muted, Commissioner.
just checking, Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Okay, gotcha. Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Thank you. Just circling back to Commissioner Lipsky.
He's rejoined.
Ah, okay. Commissioner Lipsky, what's your vote?
Aye.
Okay, and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with the planning testimony. I don't think there's a detriment to the zone plan or the master plan. Unfortunately, 12th Street is a car-centric street. I know that sounds dumb, but yeah, it's, you know, I wish we could get a bike lane down 12th through the Holland Tunnel, but it's not going to happen. So I'm going to vote aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Mike, let's get you a 10-minute break. It's 7:42. We'll be back at 7:52, everybody.
Aye, aye.
All right, could we come to order again, everybody? And let's call item 11 on the agenda is case P22-199 is a minor site plan with C variances for 352 Pavonia Avenue.
Promoted Heather Coomer. Hey, Heather, who else should I promote as part of your team?
Russ and Catherine Gregory. Russ Bonner and Catherine Gregory.
Okay, Russ Bodner and Catherine Gregory. Okay, they're up here.
Okay, let me know when you would like me to begin.
Council, if you could just give me 1 second. We are
Not a
losing
problem.
Commissioner Green. So we could let the record show that Commissioner Green is leaving the meeting. She is excused. All right, Council, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Heather Coomer. I am from the law firm Coomer and Hopper, and today I am representing the applicants of Al Patel, attorney on the property. And this is in regards to the property of 352 Pavonia Avenue, block 8502 and lot 3. We are in the residential commercial district, a fairly new district of RC3. It is a 25 by 100 lot. It faces both Pavonia. It's a corner lot. It's faces both Pavonia and Brunswick. Anybody that's local, I used to live right by there, knows that there's all these garages and a surface parking lot. So right now it has 100% lot coverage. It's right across the street from Ennis Jones Park. I'm sure you guys might know what I'm talking about and so we're going to get more into that. It's an unusual property. Mainly because right now it has like an 80-foot curb cut on Brunswick Street. We are getting rid of that, and we are proposing to have a 4-story, 4-unit multifamily residential and building, and we will have a garage for 2 cars. That garage has a 10-foot curb cut. And due to the new ordinance for RC3, there's a lot of different variances that we're asking for, but they're all as a result of this lot, which is a corner property. So we're asking for relief for maximum driveway width because there is 2 cars, and we're also seeking to allow parking on a lot less than 100 foot wide, because it's a weird lot with 100 by 25. And also to allow a curb cut on Brunswick Street and a relief from maximum building and lot coverage, and seeking relief of minimum landscaping. And to add this, after review of the ordinances, for the new ordinances, we're seeking relief from the encumbrances, and like our planner is going to get more involved with that. We talked about with Liz Opper, that is going to be under the catch-all at the end of our notice. Just a little background of the process of this is that the RC3 was adopted October 13th last year, and then it was implemented November 2nd. And this application was submitted on the 21st of this past year. So we were like very close. And by the time that it was submitted, the zoning was already being implemented. Additionally, my client has done their due diligence with the neighborhood association. They presented in Hamilton Park, the development committee on October 11th. They even received a letter, and should be in your package, that there was no objections and no request for modifications, and that letter was dated December 16th. So on that note, I am going to introduce our architect, Russ Bardner. He's going to go through the plans, the site conditions, and then the next one is Catherine Gregory, our planner, who's going to go over how we meet the conditions and review all the different ordinances and asking for relief for those applicable variances. Okay, I would like to proceed. I don't know where Russ is.
Chairman, we should mark the notice. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It was noticed for the April meeting. It's been carried multiple times through tonight's meeting. It does appear to be in order. So for purposes of the record, we should mark that as A1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel.
All right, Russ, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, my name is Russell Bodner, and I reside at 52 Long Hill Road in Long Valley, New Jersey. I have appeared before this board several times before, and my license is in good standings.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bodnar. You answered my questions already and you're qualified.
Thank you. Should I share screen? Okay, let's jump right in. Make sure that this, that. Okay, as you can see here, this is where we're located. We're located on the corner of Brunswick and Pavonia on the northeast side. It's a 25 by 100 lot. It's a corner lot. So like we were just talking about a moment ago, we are seeking a couple variances. We are looking for 89% lot coverage, but like normally in lots, kind of mostly downtown, in the historic zone or in different zones, we do fill out the donut quite often on corner lots. So that's one thing. We kind of did fill out the corner lot a little bit. As you can see as well, we are also looking for a curb cut. We are doing a 10-foot curb cut on Brunswick. And that's not technically allowed. It was, when I first designed this, there was actually no stipulation because it was in the R1, but when we changed it to the RC3, it then became a variance because Brunswick on RC3 is not allowed to have a curb cut. So we have a 10-foot curb cut. We have 2 parking spaces we're going to be providing along that spot as well. So if we go to the plans here, as you can see here, let's see if I can get this to work today. There it is. Grab that number up there here. As you can see here, up here in the corner, we have, on our first floor, we actually have the garage in the back. It's a 2-car garage. We actually do have about 5'6" of a rear yard, and we actually have a 5-foot side yard. So we have about 275 feet of yard area that we actually use for the first floor unit. The first floor unit is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit at 1,523 square feet. The building itself is actually not one of my typical buildings that I do for a lot of people, which I do development jobs for developers. This is actually a developer that's actually going to be living on the 2 top floors. So this is an owner-occupied building. The person lives in the neighborhood now and is now going to be moving into the top 2 floors of this building. He's taking the duplexes, and he would like to be able to get his cars, at least, you know, the cars into this garage. By doing that, he also has a little stoop, a secondary entrance with a private elevator that goes up to his units. So his unit's on the 3rd floor here, and his unit's quite large. It's 3,500 square feet. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath study unit. So that will actually bring him out to this level here. He's got the 3rd, the 4th unit, as well as the roof deck, which we'll show you in a moment. But right now, as you can see, our first floor unit actually has some rear yard area that we can use, some landscape. And we also did provide a landscaping bed along the entire side on Brunswick, as well as in the front on Pavonia. And we do have above this area on the next floor, I'm going to stay in this little space right here. we have 2 more units. One's a 2-bath, 2-bedroom unit, 950 square feet. They actually have a little roof deck that's above our garage. Our garage level here is only 1 story. The building basically, the main bulk of the building is 70%, 78% lot coverage, barring this, like, you know, the elevator shaft. If we can consider the elevator shaft part of the building, we're at 71.4%. So right now, if you come out here from this unit, you actually get 168 square foot terrace, which also has 208 square feet of green roofing. So that's one of our things we feel like we wanted to, at least, even if we didn't meet the 20% landscaping on the building itself in terms of the backyard, we have 1,400 square feet of landscaping total, including our plant beds down here and our green roof on the top and the green roofing that we have on the lower roof level. Let's go back down a little bit further. Get this thing to work for me, which it does not like. There it is. Well, here, let's go look at the street facades right now. As you can look at Pavonia, we did a very traditional style building in Pavonia. There's a lot of historic buildings. We decided to stay very traditional with brick and with a nice cornice on the building, trying to fit in with the neighborhood. As you can see from the back part of the building, what you'd be looking for towards the north is our rear elevation. Our rear elevation has some cement board panels, some regular siding. You can see here, this is our garage space here. This is the amenities, like little space for the person that has the 2-bedroom apartment above. Comes down to this roof deck with this door here. The parapet's about 4 feet tall. And I showed you earlier, the green roofing is about 6 feet from the edge all around. So you're really not staring out into this neighborhood because this is about 6 feet here, and you're not staring out onto the street as well. You're not like kind of leaning over onto the street of the street, which we felt was kind of part of the zone. Oh, this thing drives me. So as we go here, we go to Brunswick Street. The Brunswick Street has the garage, like I said earlier. It's a 16 by 8 garage door. Although the curb cut's only 6, it's only 10 feet. We have an additional 6 feet. We're going to try to, be able to drive in and kind of squeeze into the 2 parking spaces in the building itself for the owner occupied space. As you can see here, this is our 1-story section only that actually has to go up a couple steps. We have a stoop here that goes up to a couple steps because we're in the flood zone. So I have to be at base flood elevation 12 to be in compliance with the new flood zone rules. So we start here, we're 41 feet tall from the top of this to the top of the roof. And then obviously we have a little appurtenance package that has our rooftop deck that is for the top 2 floors. That is the owner occupied space that will have their own roof, their own exterior space. So as we go back down to the next level, you'll be able to see that rooftop deck is here. It has 450 square feet. We do have the green roofing that surrounds the entire area. We are 6 feet from the parapet on either side. So we're not hanging over it anyway into the street, or this is kind of like something that's covered inside. We do have a generator for that elevator as well as the top floor unit. My client requested that he would like a generator. And that also gives us a secondary means of egress by using that elevator as it could be emergency way down as well for anyone. For obviously just for their apartment, but they could use it down. And it's also screened by a screening, so you won't be able to see that, as well as all the equipment is screened as well. And we have a 4-foot parapet that goes around this entire section as well. And you can see, again, I'm showing the whole roof, so I'm showing the lower roof, which is 208 square feet. So if we go down to the following picture, you'll be able to see our location of our lot and what we're doing now. Right now, this is our basically what's there now. As you can see, the entire thing is a curb cut. I mean, it's like 100 feet. I mean, there might be a little spot here that doesn't have a curb cut, but the whole entire thing even has a sign saying no parking. My client recently purchased this from somebody that has lived here since I think he was born. So he has owned this property as well as other properties in the neighborhood and just recently retired and moved out of Jersey City. As you can see here, we do have one existing street tree. The street tree is kind of in good shape, but it has deteriorated over time. Hopefully, it looks the same now. If it has, we'll just have to replace it with a new one. We are putting additional street trees on the entire, in front of this entire area as well. So right now, we are basically, by putting a new curb in, we're providing another 4 to 5 to 6 spaces of the street right now where there's none. I mean, right now, you can see this is kind of an eyesore, very messy looking. It's 100% from here all the way there on lot coverage. And parking outside, parking inside these little weird garage spaces that is kind of makeshift. So that's kind of what that will look like as well. Let's go down to what our building's gonna really look like. And this is kind of where our building's gonna look like from the corner. As you can see, it's a very traditional looking building. It's gonna be brick and some metal panels on the bays. And we're doing a lot of, landscape bed here with a landscape railing that kind of matches the rest of the neighborhood. And we're doing obviously a stoop here, and we have another stoop that goes in the front. So we felt like this was a very traditional way to make a very clean building that kind of really goes into what we want to do in terms of what's going on with the neighborhood. So we felt that was very important to the neighborhood to let us do that, to make us do that kind of thing, to have us do that. And there's some other items here, as you can see down the equipment screen, what we're providing, exterior lighting, some signage for the outside of the for building signs, for the lettering of the building, of the numbers on the building. Here's our demolition existing survey. So we're demoing all, like I said, all that existing, garages. We're getting rid of that. So we're doing that at this moment and getting rid of that, and then we'll be able to do put a whole new structure here. Like you can see from the original survey, the entire thing is 100% paved. So we're feeling like we're actually making a much nicer approach to this building. Okay, let me think about this. There it is. Okay, and then we come down here, and this is our proposed site plan and proposed utility plans. As you can see, we got the proposed landscaping plan. We have this existing tree here that we might have to change out if it's no longer healthy. And then we're going to provide 2 new street trees on this side of the property, as well as all this landscaping that goes around our property. And with that, and our landscaping in the rear, the 5-foot section here and the 5-foot plus section here, and the landscaping that we're going to be providing on the roof in terms of our green coverage, we feel like we are providing a lot of green effect to this building, and we do meet our GAR requirements as well. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much the gist of our the application here in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. But like I said, it's 4 units. There are 2 3-bedrooms. One of the 3 bedrooms is 4,000 square feet. The other 3-bedroom is 1,523 square feet. The 2-bedroom is 950 square feet, and the 1-bedroom, 1-bath is 705 square feet. Any
Thank you,
additional
Russ.
information?
Does anybody have any questions for the architect?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bodnar. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
I'm actually going to ask you to admit our traffic engineer, because we're asking for variance to allow allow parking in a place that we're not allowed to have parking right now in the curb cut. It's very important that we have that on the record for the traffic engineer. So if you can add Doug, he should be on there from Dean and Dolan and Dean. I don't know, Doug's there.
Pam, do you have him? I see his hand raised.
I'm sorry. The screen share was blocking Promoted
Can we
Douglas.
stop the screen share, please?
Douglas has joined.
Okay, great.
And Mr. Bodnar, can you stop
Yeah, it
sharing?
doesn't
the
want to
screen?
let me stop the screen share, of course. I don't know why not. Usually it always does. Yeah, of course. Oh, here it
Okay,
is.
thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Hi, Doug. I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Director, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Douglas Poliniak. P as in Peter, Olyniak.
Thank you.
Mr. Poliniak, good evening. I don't believe we've qualified you, have we?
Have not.
Okay, if you could just go over your background and your licensing for us.
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science in civil engineering from Lehigh University. I acquired that degree in 1998. Since that time, I've been working in the field of traffic engineering. I've been a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey for approximately the last 19 years. My license is in good standing. I've testified before over 100 municipal planning and zoning boards within the state of New Jersey with respect to traffic impacts, access design, parking, site circulation.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified and you've arrived. Welcome to Jersey City.
Thanks so much. Yeah, from a traffic engineering and impact perspective, this is an extremely light case for residential units with two car garage. Will basically generate an imperceptible amount of traffic when compared to the previous use of a number of parking spaces on the site. This will likely result in a reduction of traffic to and from this property. We prepared a traffic report that was dated back in December 21 of 2022, where we reviewed the traffic volumes associated with the 4 apartments and reviewed the site. And I think what the most important thing is associated with this property, and not necessarily the traffic generated by it, is the improvements to the frontage along Brunswick Street. As you heard before, there's a large curb cut that extends almost the entirety of the frontage, which just has two-way vehicle potential and no parking along the frontage. And that's going to be reduced substantially to allow for the 10-foot curb cut for the two-car garage. So I think that in itself is a vast improvement for this property, allowing for less interactions with the curb cut with pedestrians and cyclists, and just reducing the overall amount of ins and outs coming from this property. But based on the IT data for a 4-unit apartment building, you're looking at a maximum of 2 peak hour trips during the busiest peak hour, which is 1 car either entering or exiting this garage, every half hour essentially during its busiest peak period. So overall, from a traffic perspective, you're not really going to see much coming into or out of the site. And I think that by virtue of reducing that curb cut is a great improvement to this property frontage.
Doug, can you let us know, because I know that we're going to, by reducing the size of the existing curb cut, I believe we're going to be adding some street parking to it. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when all said and done now, probably picking up a maximum of 2 parking spaces if we stripe them, or if they don't necessarily have to be striped, but usually the RSIS requires a parallel parking space of about 22 feet. So if you take into account 2 spaces at 22 feet and then, distance from the intersection, you're adding somewhere along the lines of 2 parking spaces.
Additionally, can you state how many cars are right now can the area fit? I know that we have like 2 garages, I believe, and then the existing service lot.
Yeah, that's right. I believe it's 2 garage spots and then 3 spaces on surface. So currently there's potential for 5 vehicles on the site, and we're reducing that to 2.
Okay, thank you. On that note, I would like to, does anybody have any questions for our traffic engineer? If not, I would like to introduce Catherine Gregory.
I don't have any questions. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Our last expert witness is Catherine Gregory, our planner.
Hi, Catherine.
evening.
Do you swear testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Catherine Gregory, Kathryn, last name Gregory, Gregory. My business address is 96 Linwood Plaza in number 350 in Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Thank you.
It's Gregory. Good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. So we're here tonight seeking site plan and variance approval for the proposed 4-unit building. We do need a number of variances that were elaborated by our engineer. I'm going to justify those to you this evening. The first of which would be the building coverage and the lot coverage. And I'm kind of putting those two together. 70% is permitted for lot coverage and 80% for for lot coverage and 70% for building coverage. But we are proposing 89% for both. But we believe that that is improvement from the existing condition because the existing condition is 100% lot coverage, and we are reducing that. We also do believe that it's helped in the fact that we offset it with our green roofs and also our proposed landscaping beds that we're proposing around the building. We also need a variance for parking on site. What's interesting is that the new ordinance for the RC3 district only allows parking on lots that have 40 feet of width or are wider, and we only have 25 feet, but we are a corner property. And coupled with that, there is also a curb cut location ordinance that states that no curb cuts are permitted on Brunswick Street, Monmouth Street, or Cole Street, and we are located on Brunswick Street as well as Pavonia Ave. But again, to the fact that we believe that it is a benefit to actually have those 2 parking spaces on site. And believe it or not, one of those reasons is actually, it really does go to sustainability. When we have more parking on the street, what ends up happening is people circle and circle and circle, and therefore obviously emitting, unless you have an electric car like the 2 applications ago, you're going to be emitting obviously fumes into the air. So we believe that it is good to have these 2 parking spaces on site. Just as well, because of the nature of this application, we're also returning street parking as well. So I think that we meet the intent of the ordinance. Curb cut, if it was already there and there was an alley, parking would be permitted on this site. So where our corner lot is, it's almost as if this curb cut is sort of like an alley, obviously only to our own property, but that is somewhat considered in the ordinance. We also need a variance for landscaping. 20% is required and 11% is proposed. I will note that we are proposing 58% more landscaping than the existing condition on the site. So we are improving the existing condition, as well as being offset by our green roofs and the proposed landscaping beds. And speaking of the proposed landscaping beds, we need a couple of encroachment variances. That would be for the stoops. That would be for the planting beds. And also we also do have some bump outs on the building that projects about 1 foot 6 inches. It's not a balcony, it's actually part of the building, but it's an extension that's located on the side of the building, on the Brunswick Street side. So we do need variances for all of those. However, I would assert that when you take a look at the neighborhood, having a stoop that encroaches into the public right-of-way is the norm. There are many stoops that have this condition that are located in the direct area. And as far as the planters are concerned, while they are also in the public right-of-way, the sidewalk is actually quite wide. And just as well, it is helping to provide a permeable versus an impervious surface, because otherwise it would be a sidewalk, which would be impervious instead of pervious. So we think that that is a benefit to the application as well. And the bump outs from the building that are 1 foot 6 inches actually only start at the 2nd floor and above. So they don't really intrude into the public right of way or intrude wherein it would affect any type of street tree growth, which is also, one of the benefits of this application is we are providing street trees where there are none now, because on Brunswick Street, there is just entirely one large curb cut. So with that said, I would advocate that we do fall under a C2 variance where we have to be, rooted in the purposes of zoning, and also where the benefits outweigh the detriments. I absolutely believe that we promote Purpose A, which talks about promotion of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And I say that because, I mean, number one, we're eliminating an eyesore. That's probably first and foremost. Number two, we are bringing the property into greater conformity with the new RC3 zone. We are providing that multifamily use on this property. We are eliminating what I consider to be a hazardous condition in terms of traffic and pedestrian safety, in terms of that large curb cut along Brunswick, which goes to the next purpose, which is Purpose H, which talks about safety and transportation routes. And I also believe that we promote Purpose I, which talks about promotion of a desirable visual environment. I believe that the architect's done a really great job in addressing the neighborhood and addressing the corner in terms of the architecture and the massing and the scale of the building. I think it's very reflective of what is located in that area. And if you know the block, you'll know that the other three corners as they exist today are actually all parking. Maybe this would actually spur redevelopment of those sites as well, so that we can have a nice fitted city block, because corners are always, I say the cornerstone of a city, but they usually make a statement at the corner. And right now, unfortunately, this particular block in this neighborhood isn't really making that statement at the corner. So I think that this building is going to be the first one to do that. I do absolutely believe that we meet the positive criteria. And I believe we meet the negative criteria. I would advocate that there's no substantial detriment to the public good. In fact, it's only a betterment, mostly due to the fact that we're eliminating that curb cut. We go back to pedestrian and traffic safety. And I don't believe there's any substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your zone plan and zoning ordinance. I believe that we meet the purpose of the RC3 zone. And I think that we meet actually the first and the second design standards for the district. So I think that on the balancing test, I think the benefits do outweigh the detriments of the variances that we're proposing for this application this evening. And I'm open to any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gregory. I have no questions. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And in that, we conclude our presentation. Just wanted to confirm that Catherine Gregory, our planner, has found that the benefits outweigh any substantial detriments. We also believe, put in perspective that this is right across the street from Ennis Jones Park. You can only imagine having a curb cut like 80+ feet there and being reduced to 10 feet, adding some street parking there is definitely a benefit to the neighborhood. And having those garage parking, I don't know if anybody has ever talked to the Hamilton Park Association. I'm sure you know it downtown, it's very divided with parking. So be able to, they don't want to add more, take away street parking. And this way we're actually adding street parking to it. Is definitely a benefit as well. That being said, our presentation has been concluded. And if you have any additional questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you, Council. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted Jana.
And John, if you're there, you can unmute, turn your video on. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I just want to swear you in before you speak, all right? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
My name is Jana Nark, and I live at 344 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you. So I thank you for your time. This is the first time I'm here because I just purchased on this block, but I have been living in Jersey City for 17 years. So that's why it's the first time that I'm joining this conversation about this particular build. I guess blanketly, I wanted to say that the planning board and city have established these rules and regulations for a reason. And so I'm wondering why anybody can just say that they don't want to abide by those rules. And the biggest thing that I'm concerned about is the lack of landscaping, because it seems that it's only benefiting the owner, specifically the person who wants to have the duplex, because they're already building up above 3 stories. So now we're at 4, but then with the landscaping, now there will have to be regulations of hand railings for safety. If they're putting trees up there that's going above 4 stories, there will be generators up there. I'm wondering what the additional noise will be with the generator that is going to be needed for the elevator, which I wonder why an elevator is needed for 2 stories. And so it's really about the landscaping. I don't think that that's benefiting the neighborhood at all. It seems to only be benefiting the owner occupied duplex and the person that's on the first floor who has, again, a private outdoor space that will not be benefiting anybody in the neighborhood. I don't see it as an eyesore. This is my neighborhood. I've lived here for so long. And so I do really take offense to that, because this person has lived in Jersey City forever. And it's what makes this neighborhood wonderful. And it makes me feel comforted. And so the eyesore will be me now, instead of looking at a beautiful sunset, looking at a brick wall.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Promoted Nadia.
Hey. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to turn my camera on.
Sure, thanks.
Oh.
Okay, I see you and I hear you. I just want to swear you in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. Nadia Matar, Nadia Matar. My home address is 344 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank you.
Ms. Matar, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, thanks. So I first moved to Jersey City 18 years ago, and I have been at my location on Pavonia Avenue for 8 years. My issue is with the relief from the maximum building and lot coverage and the minimum landscaping. The building, the picture of the building, it's a beautiful building. It doesn't look anything like any of the other buildings on this block, like at all. It's huge comparatively. So I guess to me, I don't understand. And when I read what they proposed, it says like the lot, if they had to like meet the minimum amount, basically there's not enough room for them to do everything they want to do. But that sounds kind of to me like a them problem, that they're making an us problem. And I guess I don't understand why that gets to happen. It doesn't look like anything like the other buildings on this block at all. It's already much bigger. So I guess I don't understand why it needs to be that big. All the other buildings are just a lot smaller. We also like only recently got rezoned for this RC 3 zone. And this, I think, is the first building, like they were saying, like all the other corners are not like this. This is the first building like this. So I don't understand why we'd be setting this precedent of like this first building, new RC zoning, you don't have to follow the rules. You can make this building as big as you want. You don't have to do the minimum landscaping. I just feel like that's a really bad precedent to set up on this first one. And again, I also don't think this is an eyesore at all. To me, these are small little like garages that are there now. They're not eyesores. They're just small little garages. A huge building that matches nothing in the neighborhood, while it's a beautiful building, matches nothing in the neighborhood. And like, it's a nice thought for people that don't live here to say like, oh, now we can put these buildings on every corner. Like, I've lived here for 8 years. I'm good with it. I don't really need it redone and refigured in these people's image. So yeah, that's it.
I would like to respond if that's
Thank you.
okay.
Sure, go ahead, counsel.
I actually lived in Jersey City in that neighborhood for over 10 years. I only recently moved away. So I lived on both 8th Street and 4th Street between Coles and Monmouth. So I walked my dog over there, and I don't know if anybody remembered the neighborhood. I think one of the reasons why they wind up doing this whole curb cut thing is that there was a lot of, you had the people rolling through the Holland Tunnel and they wouldn't stop. And unfortunately, there was a woman walking her puppy and got run over. And it might not be an eyesore, but it's to you, but it was an eyesore to me. And it was more importantly, a very dangerous eyesore because you had 5 cars coming up at once and it was always there. Additionally, just to explain the lot coverage and the building coverage percent, if you were to obey by that, because it's a corner lot, you would have a big gap in between the buildings. So there would be basically an alleyway gap over there. So that would be the issue. As far as like 4 stories, I lived in a 4-story brownstone. That was my 8th Street apartment. There's 4-story buildings all over the place. That is conclusive in the neighborhood. But honestly, if you had more questions on it, I think we're more than happy to answer. But I believe that we actually have met those conditions. From my experience in that neighborhood, especially Ennis Jones, to have the kids there playing across the street with 5 cars going back and forth, because those are commercial cars, a lot of them. That's a big difference than 2 cars in a garage as well. Additionally, I would like to make note that my client has presented in front of the Hamilton Park Neighborhood Association, and they did not have any issues with it. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. I respect the people that are speaking out. But I know that we have more people speaking out. I believe there's some people speaking in support of it. But I would just like to make note, mainly because I lived in the area for so long, that, you know, that was an issue, especially with the street. So on that being said, I would defer to more people. I think there's more speakers. I don't want to take any more time.
There's a lot, council. Please, if
Okay.
we could, let's continue on with public comment. We have a lot to do tonight.
Okay.
Promoted Krishna Kumar.
And I do see, Yanni, your hand is up again. Sorry, we can only hear you for 1 public comment per application. So we would not be able to call you back up again.
And how's it going, sir? I'll swear in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give me your home address, please?
Krishna Kumar, 331.5 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. We have 3 minutes for you.
So I've lived in the Hamilton Park Neighborhood Association, that area for about 12 years now. On the park for several years, and just bought a property like a 30-second walk from this specific unit. I live with my family and like basically a 7-year-old son and a senior dog. I walk in that corner pretty much every night, right? That's where I take my dog for a walk. My son plays in that field. And especially in the evenings, it's kind of isolated, it's deserted. It would actually be nice to have a building come up there with residents to just have that feel of a more safer and more neighborhood feeling there. It's always a concern walking there at night. So I'm sort of excited about the prospects of that corner being developed. I can give you several examples of homes that have been built on Brunswick Avenue that are, for example, all black facade that absolutely don't match the neighborhood. So I'm glad that the architect sort of stuck with the brick design. But overall, I think eyesore or not, that corner needs to be developed. And I'm actually for it, and I'm excited for it to move forward.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Promoted Ida Adler.
I just want to swear in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the
Yes,
record,
I do.
please, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Ilta Adler, ILTA ADLER, and I'm also at 344 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank you.
Miss Adler, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay. I do agree a lot with what the other people in my building said. In fact, one of those photos of the current ones actually shows the deck that I live on. My biggest concern is the height, because they say it's 4 stories, but from what we were just shown, it is taller than everything else on that block. And not just ours, but there's a lot of decks back there, and we are basically being blocked from seeing the largest green space in our area, which is the park. And I kind of also agree that while it might be brick, it doesn't look like any of the classic buildings around here, We are seeing a lot of newer buildings, but to say that it is like the rest of the neighborhood is not really what I think it is. That's it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time.
I would just like to also say, if it looks higher, it's just because we have to meet the floodplain things, because it's in a flood zone, you have to, make it higher to meet those conditions.
All right, thank you, council. If we could, let's try and get through public comment, all right?
Okay.
Go to Carol McNaull.
Hey, good evening. Again, thank
Hi,
you.
Carol, can you turn your video on and we'll just have you reconfirm that you will
All right.
oath from when we swore you in earlier?
Yeah, Carol McNichol, 26 Crescent Avenue.
Thank you, Carol.
So I just wanted to point out something, the comment was made by the client that there's these parking garages, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them. And that having the 2 spots from the client off street in his new building will actually open up more parking spaces on the street. However, those cars that are in those garages, will they then be parking on the street? So if you got 5 garages with 5 cars and they're in the neighborhood, they're going to be looking for parking on that block. So it doesn't make sense to use that as an asset that you're going to add. You're only going to have 1 curb cut versus 5, because those cars are coming back out on the street and they're going to be parking on the street. So it's going to create probably more of a problem for the community to find parking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time.
Yay.
Bart has been promoted.
And Bart, if you're there, you can unmute. There we go. Hi, Bart. I just want to swear in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. My name is Bart Everard. I'm on 632 Jersey Avenue.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Everard, that's Everaert.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. We have 3 minutes for you.
Sure, thank you. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for your time. I am a resident of the Hamilton Park neighborhood. I'm also a member of the Hamilton Park neighborhood association. I'd like to provide positive feedback on this project for following reasons. First of all, our family, we frequently go with the kids to the playground, which is on Brunswick and Pavonia. I believe it's Enos Jones Park. We pass that corner a lot. Currently, this lot is, as stated before, is used by a series of wooden garages in very bad states. And really, I consider this an eyesore to the neighborhood at this point in time. After having a look at the plans and mock-up of this building, I believe this will be a real upgrade to the neighborhood. The building keeps up with the historical aspects of such a historical neighborhood. It is built in brick. It's a beautiful building, and it will improve the overall desirability of the location as well. I'd also like to comment on some of the comments that were made before about the size of the building. Looking at the plans, it does look pretty much even with all the other buildings in the streets on Pavonia Avenue. So I really think this is a beautiful project, and I would like to add my support to this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Promoted Brendan Smith.
Hi, Brandon. I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay? Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your address, please?
Brandon Smith, Smith. Live at 343 9th Street.
Mr. Smith, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Okay. Just have a couple of questions and comments concerning it. The lot coverage looks like a lot of the green space is being made up by green roofs. Where is that water being discharged? If it's being put into the shared combined storm sewer, We're already having issues with that overflowing. It seems like that's not really achieving the goal of having, the minimum lot coverage to allow the water to naturally percolate into the ground instead of overloading our sewer system. So it seems like the easy solution is getting rid of the garage, because that would create a green space there that would meet the lot coverage requirements. Second, I would like to ask if there could be a caveat put on the generator, as those they're scheduled to start up a certain number of times. Usually it's a certain time every week to run a test and to make sure they run. I would like to request that a caveat be put that can only occur on weekdays and during normal daytime hours. And yeah, that was my main. It seems like a lot of the concerns about lot coverage and green space could be alleviated by just removing the garage, and then the building doesn't have to change, and it meets all the requirements.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Promoted Kristen Bell.
Hi, Kristen, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yep, it's Kristen Bell, KRISTINBELL, and 344 Pavonia Avenue.
Thanks. You're just going in and out a little bit. I don't know if you could like center the camera on your face. Sometimes that helps. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay.
Good evening,
so
ma'am. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay. So I did want to echo some of the comments by the other folks on the street regarding the height and the size, and particularly on the landscaping variance. To me, it sounds like the explanation given was that, hey, we don't need as much landscaping street level because we have rooftop landscaping, which, as someone who doesn't have rooftop access, I don't know how that benefits me or the rest of the community. I think the purpose of that ordinance was put into place to further promote the beauty of the area. And there's been a lot of comments on eyesores. Why don't we focus on the landscaping then to add some more beauty to this? And I saw that there was a very thin strip of landscaping, but to me, the request to minimize the outdoor landscaping on the street level seems to only benefit the developer to make larger spaces, and then in turn make this really large, gaudy building that, as it said before, of course, we do want this to be fixed up, but not at the expense of towering over the rest of the historic district and really standing out as an eyesore. I think my other concern is on the height as well. I have been up to the roof of our building, and if you look around in the historic neighborhood, there's nothing on any of the rooftops. I'm not saying that I'm against things on rooftops, but this doesn't sound like a little patio bench. This sounds like a really extensive build between all of the generators going on top. So I'm concerned that it feels almost like another floor being added, and that's just going to be one more thing that's going to shadow over this very small neighborhood. I think additionally, I just want to echo the comments that while it does look like a beautiful building, it doesn't look like it fits in this neighborhood. There have been other new buildings that have gone in that some not as well, but I think others have tried a lot harder, particularly the remodels of the existing buildings, to make sure that they maintain that historic look. So if that feedback is something I can offer, I would offer maybe just to have a look at some of the other buildings in the area. But I think the most important piece is that I don't want us to set a precedence here that we can push away the landscaping, push away some of these things that have been created by the Jersey City government to make it a more beautiful city, because I have a feeling this is the first of many of these buildings coming in. And I don't want someone knocking on my door. I've lived in this building, owned in this building for 6 years, and I don't want someone coming knocking on my door trying to tear down my 100-year-old building that I love so much to put up some sort of monstrosity that doesn't fit in with the rest. I think that's good for me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bell. We appreciate it.
Promoted Alicia Carr.
Hello.
Hello, I'll swear you in. You're way ahead of me. If you could just raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
The record, can you state and spell your name and give me your home address, please?
Sure, it's Alessia Carr, and the home address is 331 and a half Pavone Avenue.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to say that I live on the street as well, and I think the building would be removing the garages in the condition that they are right now. Putting a building would be a nice addition. I walk there usually with my dog and my kid, and it's very easy to find cracks in the ground and fall, especially if you're like doing a bicycle or if you're on a scooter. And I think it would be a nice addition to our neighborhood instead of the dilapidated garages. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment, please raise your hands.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman.
public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is.
I would like to, sorry, I'm interrupting again, but I believe our planner wants to respond to the comments.
Sure.
Just to be clarified, if you have a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, everybody. I know that there's a few residents that obviously have concerns about this building, but I think that they provided a mischaracterization of the building, and I'd like to be able to share my screen briefly, if I may.
Are we going to reiterate testimony? If so, if you want to make a closing remark, that's fine. I don't want to rehash testimony.
Okay, that's fine. That's up to the chair. That's fine. Then I won't go through the testimony, because then if we don't want to necessarily open it up to more comments, it's just that if the questions could have been asked directly of me, that's all.
Yeah, no, I think that what we're trying to do is display how it's impossible for us to meet the landscaping requirement, but to just clarify that to the neighbors.
So council, I think that the testimony stands on the record from Ms. Gregory. I think when you give your summation, you can highlight that for the board. Obviously, we still want to hear from Ms. Opper and her comments on the application. So Chair, I don't think there needs to be further testimony from Ms. Gregory. I think she's already provided her testimony, and council, I think, will give you the opportunity, obviously, to make a closing remark.
Thank you.
So Chair, it's up to you whether
Sure.
we let council do that at this point or.
Yes, please, council, let's do that now before we hear from our planner.
Sure. I just want to reiterate the fact, I know I heard a lot of things of why can't we have landscaping? That it's a corner lot. So it's with corner lots, according to the Jersey City Planning, they're defined as basically 2 fronts, 2 side yards. I know the board knows this, but I just want to explain this to the public for that courtesy. So when you are going to meet those landscaping for it, it would create basically a gap in that area. So there'd be an alleyway going through it, and it just, there's that element, and as well as we're not asking for a height variance as well. Just hope to clarify that, and I'm sure Liz Opper can clarify this a lot more. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, council. So Liz, do you want to give testimony?
Yeah, I'll put a few statements on the record, and then I'll just ask Heather, can you confirm that you've reviewed the staff memo? I sent an update to you on June 9th, sorry, with some updates.
Council, you're muted, so we did not hear the affirmative statement. Council Kumar, you were muted. We didn't hear.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm receipt of the updated staff
Sorry about
report
that.
and
Yes,
review of
we read
conditions.
it. We're fine with the conditions. Yep.
Okay, great. All right, so I'll just share my screen quickly. Just as a purpose statement, as up top for the RC3 zoning, I do think that this proposal aligns with the purpose statement. addressing and mitigating flood impacts in a low-lying vulnerable area. So this is pulling some development out of the floodplain. It's also, while there are landscape variances, there's other supplemental green roof. Its staff finds that this project is in keeping with the scale and character of the neighborhood, and that was very much so the intent of the RC3 zoning. And then in regards to the majority of the variances, we don't take issue with. I know there were some concerns about landscaping, so I just wanted to share a little bit more from my staff report on that. So 2 coverage variances are requested to exceed permitting building coverage and lot coverage. Just noting that the site currently has 100% lot coverage. Significant increase in the lot coverage is proposed. 89% is proposed where 80% is permitted. So we're close, and then also understanding the conditions of being a corner lot. The applicant is also proposing 800 square feet of green roof, which would help increase the permeability of the property. And yeah, I think just to review some of the conditions, I'd like in signature sets, just to ensure that there are hose bibs and a discrete area to store a hose, and those should be provided in the signature sets, as there are some planting strips on the sidewalks. We just want to make sure that those can be well maintained. Then also unique to this application would be the need for franchise agreements. So that would be for the stoops and bay windows and planting beds. So anything outside of the right of way, anything within the right of way, sorry. And construction permits would not be issued without this franchise agreement in place. And then finally, I'd like to just advocate for an additional street tree to be planted on the north side of the site on Brunswick Street. And yeah, that is my testimony.
All right, thanks, Liz. And council, give me 1 second. I would like to add another condition on there. It came up during public comment. Mr. Smith gave a comment about the generator maintenance and running that only occurs during weekdays. I think that's completely appropriate, and maybe we'll put a condition that runtime for any maintenance only happens during weekdays. And I think we could put the same condition as construction in the neighborhood. I believe it's 7 to 6 or 5. I'm not positive. Not sure what that ordinance says.
Yeah, I can, I'll check the ordinance and coordinate with the applicant.
Okay, council, are you okay with that?
We are okay with that.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 22-199 as presented to the board tonight.
Seconded.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Just, coaching baseball in that area, in that park for so many years, that had always been an eyesore, and it was nice to see that there were more parking spots on that block. It's always a concern. It's true, there's gonna be 3 cars in those largest parking on those spots, but you have to remember, always gonna be there at first come, first serve, first come, serve basis. They don't guarantee 3 spots for somebody that used to. So people in the neighborhood, if they get there first, they can park there. And does give us 3 more spots in the city, and we need every parking spot we can get. So project looks nice. It's a eyesore there now. It's come a long way, that neighborhood, and I vote aye for it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
So I do agree with the applicant. It's a big improvement over what's there now. But that being said, I think, that's being demolished and, there's a reset here. If we're building a new building, besides the encroachment on the, from the stoops and the overhangs in the upper levels, I think all these deviations are self-imposed. So, the curb cut is not allowed, and I think taking away that parking garage eliminates all of those headaches, and it's an as of right application if you almost an as of right application if you remove that parking. So I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Motion carries with conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Mike, are you okay if we get through these cell phone applications before a break? There's 2 of them.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call item 12 as case P23-037 is a minor site plan for a cell antenna. And Commissioner Cruz is going to recuse on this as well as the next application. Thanks, David.
Voted Chris Quinn and John Bosco.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I apologize we couldn't get to you last meeting.
No, I understand the circumstances. We dealt with it a number of times. It just is what it is. And sometimes it's always a challenge with conflicts. So I appreciate your time tonight. For the record, my name is Christopher Quinn. I'm here on behalf of Dish Wireless. I know the board's heard a few other applications in the past recently about Dish Wireless. They're installing a telecommunications network. They're a licensed communications carrier, just like any other Verizon, Sprint, AT&T, T-Mobile, any of those you've heard in the past. We have 2 applications tonight. Both are minor site plan applications. I can cover I'll just address them very quickly. The first one is 141 Newark Avenue, block 11405, lot 11 in the C2 zone. We're proposing 3 antennas on the penthouse and equipment on the roof. We're seeking minor site plan approval. I can have Mr. Bosco sworn in and testify as to the aspects of this, just so you have it, or we're going to answer questions, or how you do it, however this board wants to proceed here. We did review the comments from the professionals, and we have no objection to any of them.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, obviously this isn't our first go around with cell antennas. I didn't see anything that triggered a red flag for me in the application or the any of the drawings. If there's no questions from the board, I have no problem, opening up public at this point. And if, we need any other testimony, we can reserve that right.
So Chairman, are we going to handle them separately?
I can do either one, counsel.
So my suggestion is we handle them separately. Mr. Quinn, at least show the drawings, identify the 3 antennas in the cabinet so that we have it on the record, and then we can open it up to public. They are self-explanatory, but let's at least take the 2.5 minutes to show the antennas in the cabinets.
No problem. I'll have Mr. Bosco, who's our civil engineer, testify.
Hi, John. I'll swear you. Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
John Bosco, B-O-S-C-O.
Thank you.
Mr. Bosco, I don't believe we've qualified you in the past, have we?
You have not.
Okay, if you could just briefly go over your background and your licensing in New Jersey.
Certainly. I am a licensed professional engineer currently in New Jersey, a graduate of Lehigh University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I have 40 years of professional engineering experience, including 15 years of civil site design for telecommunication sites.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Okay, so you heard what Mr. Lampe had asked. Can you share your screen and just show quickly what's being proposed here for the Newark Avenue facility for Dish?
I will give it my best, Chris.
Okay, I see it. So these are the plans that were submitted. Can you
Pardon
just
me?
show the board, I guess, the sheet and refer to the sheet where the antennas will be located on this building?
Okay, it is visible.
Yes, I can see.
Yes,
that.
it is, sir.
Miracles do happen. So Dish is proposing installation of 3 antennas and 6 radio units atop the building at 141 Newark Avenue. As you can see on the plans, there is a close-up of the area. This is basically the elevator penthouse on the top floor. And you can see the 3 antenna sectors and the equipment cabinet located below. Another expanded view. Elevation showing the heights of the antennas. They are proposed at a centerline elevation of 104 feet. And as I mentioned, I'm sorry, here is a detail of the chair platform holding up the equipment cabinet, also bolted to the facade of the elevator penthouse. And then details of the antennas themselves, and on sheet A10, a close-up view showing the anchoring of the antenna pipe mast into the facade of the elevator penthouse.
And for this building, the elevator penthouse is in the rear of the building. It's not up against the street, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Council, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I guess we can entertain any questions, or we can go from there.
Okay, it is, and thank you, sir. Thank you for stopping the screen share. Anybody, any questions?
No. Good, yeah.
The only question I do have, those are painted a matte gray.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes, we comply with that condition. That was one of the requirements.
Okay, excellent. So anybody else, any questions? All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. I think, Doc, is that your phone? In the background? I heard a little chatter in the back, but yeah, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted Charlene Burke.
Hello, Charlene. I just want to swear in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand.
Certainly.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Charlene Burke, CHARLENE BURKE, 56 Duncan Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Ms. Burke, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Yes, I do have a question. Is there an air conditioning unit that's affiliated with these antennas? That
No, it'll just be a fan that would be running from the equipment cabinet.
Okay, so it's all located on the roof.
Yes.
Correct? And just one other question, is there a wind or an amount of wind that these antennas can take? I know that there may be standards as far as how much wind they can take at that height.
Sure, I'll let Mr. Bosco answer that since he's the civil engineer.
Yes, that is correct. For this area of New Jersey, these antennas are designed to withstand a wind speed of 115 miles per hour.
Okay. That's the only two questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Burke. We appreciate it. Anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Seeing no one else from the public, Mr. Chair, I move to close public
Second.
section.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm just asking that the applicant agree. I'm not sure if I heard in their testimony to the planning staff report uploaded to the portal. Are those conditions acceptable?
Yes.
Planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-037 as presented to the board this evening for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez. All right, I'll come back to Vice Chair. Commissioner Lip,
Actually, Dr. Gonzalez is on an important call right now. I think that still gives us 5, correct? 1,
Yeah,
2,
okay.
3, 4. Yeah, let's just skip Dr. Gonzalez for now.
okay, all right, Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So let's call item 13 is case P23-027 is a minor site plan for a cell antenna at 430 Palisade Avenue.
Sure. Again, Christopher Quinn on behalf of the applicant Dish Wireless. This one is 430 Palisade Avenue, RC2 District, Block 3903, Lot 25.01. Design is slightly different. 2 antennas will be on the top of the penthouse. We have 1 antenna that'll be located on the roof behind a screen. That's for our landowners' requirements here. Equipment will also be on the roof. I'll have our engineer just pull up that plan and he can talk about it for Mr. Bosco.
Okay, I'll share the screen again.
So let the record reflect that the witness was previously sworn and still under oath and has been qualified as an engineer. Thank you, Mr. Bosco.
Great, thank you. Okay, I see it.
We
Okay,
can, thank you.
so again, a rooftop proposed installation at 430 Palisade Avenue. We have an overall site plan on sheet A1 showing the existing building in the system of streets. And then proceedingly closer views beginning with A2. You can see the 1 antenna sector to the left in the plan, which Chris mentioned would have the screening. And then the other 2 sectors are again located on a penthouse structure, and they will be mounted directly to the facade. So again, on A4, you see it's the beta sector. The beta sector antennas are at an elevation of 65 feet, mounted into the parapet wall. And then the alpha and gamma sector antennas are at an elevation of 79 feet, mounted to the facade of the penthouse. Another elevation view on A5. There is also a modular equipment platform located directly on the roof. You can see details of that platform on A6. The antenna details and equipment details are shown on A7 and A8. And this is S1 shows a detail of the beta sector antenna, specifically the transparent screen, which will be placed to shield the view of the antenna from the street.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bosco. I have no questions. Anybody else from the board?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're
Sure,
calling in,
it's-
you'd like to comment, please press *9.
I don't see a public, so I'll move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything else?
Only asking the applicant's attorney to agree to the planning staff report dated May 5th of this year. Do you agree to those conditions?
Yes, so I just one thing to point out though, like obviously we'll paint the antennas that are gonna be exposed. There's one that's behind the screening, so that wouldn't make a difference either way. If you want us to paint it, we certainly can, but it'll be concealed, so I don't think it's, wouldn't necessarily be a noticeable at all.
Agreed. Okay, of course, we will omit that condition for that specific antenna. With that, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Cam.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 23-027 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor, 6 voting yes, approved.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Council, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you
for
so
the
much.
delay.
Have a great night, everyone.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, it's 9:14. Let's take a 5-minute break, everybody. We do need to get through item 14 and 15 tonight. I apologize, guys. But Cam, I think that's going to take us past the 10 o'clock hour. So
I agree.
what to
And
do?
I do have one attorney who's contacted me, Mr. Benjamin Wine, stating that he requests to carry item 17 on the agenda to the next regularly scheduled meeting with preservation of notice.
Okay, so that's case P23-012 carried to the 27th with preservation of notice. Okay, it's 9:14. We'll be back at 9:19, everybody.
Okay.
All right, if we could, let's come back to order, everybody. And we'll call item item 14 is case P23-096, is the review and discussion of proposed amendments to the zoning map and land development ordinance regarding creation and updates to several zoning districts such as the R1 district, and amendments to definitions, thresholds, and several other sections of the code. Phase 2 of the master plan implementation, and this was sponsored by city planning staff. Formal action may be taken tonight.
Okay, we're gonna split up the presentation between myself and Matt. But I will kick it off if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm going to share my screen.
Please tell me there's cats in this presentation, Tanya.
I hope they pop up at some point.
It's been a while.
Tanya, can we mark the notice for purposes of the record?
Yes, please, Santo. We noticed the county planning board and the surrounding clerks.
All right, so we'll mark that as A1. And anything else you'd like to mark, we can mark in sequence.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay, are we good? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So it's actually kind of hard to believe that 2021 was when we did the master plan. For me, sometimes I say it so frequently, it feels like it was maybe a couple months ago. But again, in the 2021 master plan is where we are getting all of our recommendations from that we've been moving forward with the phase 1, and now this is the phase 2. This is just a recap for you. There were over 160 recommendations that were map, text, and policies made out of that master plan. We've been studying them and trying to release them in phases and ongoing so that they are digestible, right? Not just for the public, but also for you guys. Phase 1 was where we were really kind of focusing on the areas that were residential commercial. The areas that had been unzoned, that were previously kind of commercial hubs for the smaller organic neighborhoods that were around them. And we were bringing commercial uses back to those areas. That was really kind of the primary focus for phase 1. Phase 2, we knew would be a much bigger thing because phase 2 is going to focus on the R1. Matt's going to get into the nitty gritty of the R1 for tonight, but I do want to give you some background on kind of the work that we did on the ground. So we did, of course, community meetings for phase 1, but for phase 2, we knew that it was really important that we get out as many meetings as possible. So I think we had about 9 meetings, 10 meetings altogether. We did 3 different walking tours, and those walking tours happened after we did the in-person board meetings. We also held a few Zoom meetings, and there were a few organizations that followed up with us to have more personal one-on-one meetings, either with one person or with the organization themselves. The presentations that we gave to them in the beginning, starting all the way back in September, we took all of their comments into account, and as we go through some of the slides tonight, you'll see some of the modifications that we did make as a result of those meetings. Oh, and I apologize at the bottom. We did release the draft about February 6th, and we left it open for public comment until March 31st. We were able to take those comments and then again release this final draft to be shown.
Tanya, not to stop your flow here, but I do think we need to mark this.
Sure.
So how many slides are we talking about?
I can't.
This is 61 slides.
Okay, so 61 slides. Let's mark 61 slides as A2, right, Santo?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, and Tanya, if you could email that to yourself tomorrow.
No problem.
We'll send it to Mike.
This is just a kind of a visual to see how the documents were able to be accessed. If you haven't already used the data portal, I know everybody on this phone call, not phone call, everybody on this Zoom call has used the open data portal. So you were able to see very clearly where we stored all the documents for review. We also gave information on how they could review those documents. These documents can be dense, they can be wordy. The maps, if you're coming at it from nowhere, can be very confusing. So we did our best to try to make sure that they were something that was understandable, and we walked through it with people if they had different questions particularly. So let's just jump into it. We looked at a bunch of recommendations. I'm going to kind of go through them in no particular importance or order. But obviously the first thing was reconsidering zoning areas where it may be appropriate to reflect existing multifamily land use character or the desired development pattern based on the existing context. So a few things that we did as a result of that. Matt's going to talk again more about that, so I don't want to, give away his show. But the one thing I will talk about is that we focused on the R1W. If you remember, the R1W was previously the Webster Ave redevelopment plan. And we went through a formal rescinding of the redevelopment plan and the powers and turned it into conventional zoning and renamed it the R1W zoning. We did that, so because it is similar, connected, or maybe related more to R1, but it has caveats. So in order to really kind of reduce the amount of very specific zoning, we saw that the R1 is actually very similar to the R2. This is the next page where you'll see. So you can see they both allow for 4 stories, 40 feet. There is a larger coverage on the R2. The front yard setback is the same. The rear yard setback is actually larger on the R2. In the R1W, it's only 10 feet and it's 30%. The lot size is larger in the R2. And the density, and then this is where it's a little tricky, just so I will explain so I'm fully transparent, right? In the R2, there is a density standard, and that is 55 units an acre, which roughly is about 3 units on a 25 by 100 lot. Now, the R1W only permits 1 and 2 units, whether that's on a townhouse or detached or an attached home. But when we did a density study of every one of the properties within the R1W, it came out to 51 units an acre, which is roughly 3 units on a 25 by 100 lot. The parking standards are a little bit more aggressive for the R2, which is just that it's 3 spaces per bedroom with lots over 50 feet wide, which is what you're seeing, I think, more and more from the zoning that we've been recommending versus the 1 space per unit. And just as a follow-up to that, we have the R1A and the R1F. A little history in the R1A and the R1F. They were kind of just like placeholders for historic district or large lot zoning, or ways for us to deal with these older homes that were on larger lots from being demolished and subdivided. And so studies were done under probably, I think Kristen Russell was probably the one that really headed it up at the time. And the R1AF, those just refer to the wards, but really it's kind of just large lot zoning. And just to kind of clear it all up, they all really are the same. They all have the same meat to them, right? Which is that we're trying to protect large lots, homes that are either kind of straddling what would have been a 25 by 100 if they're on the 30-foot line. And we summed it up into the RH1. The RH1 is also going to be used for the overlay over at the West Bergen Lincoln Park. So the West Bergen Lincoln Park Historic District uses the R1 overlay zoning. So they will now be using the RH1 zoning, which if you can kind of see below just a little bit, that's 42 units an acre. Again, I'm not going to steal Matt's show, but that is what we're proposing for the R1. So the numbers that you're seeing on the screen are very similar to what we're proposing into the R1. But of course, as you know, that this is a historic district, so there are significant more regulations. But what also this zoning takes into consideration is that you might have large lots that are not just wider, but you might have lots that are deeper. So we also saw that there were some large lots that were not necessarily wider, but they were certainly a lot deeper. Some of them could go up to 140 feet deep. We saw them very much basically in Sherman Place, I think primarily. And so the RH2 zoning, which really referred to a different type of large lot zoning, is what we're using for that. So like, here's a quick way to, I think, get it. The RH1, you're going to be getting your wider lots, and the RH2, you're probably going to have more narrow lots, but they are much longer. So they are still larger lot zoning. RH2 is the placeholder right this second until the Sherman Place goes into a designated historic district, which this board has already reviewed to add the Sherman Place as a historic district for the master plan. At least I think, right? That this board did that, not just the HPC, right? And the one caveat is that the affordable housing overlay will be a conditional use. So it would be reviewed by this board every time. Kind of just another showing, just pretty close up. You can see Sherman Place actually is pretty mixed up. It's not just the RH2, it's also RH1. ADUs, so or accessory dwelling units to be permitted in order to increase affordable housing options. So just so it's clear, when I say affordable housing options, I'm not saying strictly regulated, subsidized, affordable housing. What I'm saying is primarily this is to allow for accessory structures to also have an additional dwelling unit. Very common, right? The easiest picture I think that we can imagine in our head when we're thinking about this is a building that has a garage behind it. And it has a driveway access. So the driveway access is at least 6, 7, 8 feet wide, and it goes back to that garage. And you can put a unit on top of that garage. That's really what the accessory dwelling unit is. In Jersey City, we have such an evolution of multiple structures on one lot, multiple it's not even accessory dwelling units. They were just other houses with more units in a second building. You see this a lot in the historic district. You can see it right in front of you. Actually, the houses that are with the orange triangles, those are houses behind houses. So those are kind of accessory dwelling units, but not really. This is not what we're imagining. These are things that evolved over time as non-conforming uses. But I also want to make sure that we're clear when I'm talking about this. I think there's one more example I can show you. Yeah, here's a really nice example. You can see this is all one lot. It also helps, I think, prevent against demolition. So instead of taking down this lot and subdividing it into 2 lots, now you've got the ability to add an accessory dwelling unit in the back and bring in that extra income. Of course, the reason why we call it more affordable option is that it will be a smaller unit. I do want to make it clear, though, that all of this is contingent on building code. So as everything that we say and write, even if we want it, if the building code doesn't allow it, it's not going to happen. So the building code regulation is really clear that they have to have immediate access to the right of way for at least, I believe, 4 feet, 3.5, 4 feet. So the more common historic district carriage house in the rear where there are no side yards. So the carriage house comes through the back of the house into the hallway and out the front does not meet building code. That is not what would happen in this situation. Unless that accessory dwelling unit had free flow access to the public right of way of at least 3 feet, it would not be permitted per building code. Some of the other things that we were asked to look at were the NC district, really kind of bringing some distinction that we had not just a one-size-fits-all NC district. We also we also saw after meeting with the McGinley Square group that there were places that we could add restaurant overlays. This is a result of, I think, meeting with the CID over McGinley Square. The recommendations for the master plan were NCS, M, and L, right? So we did something very similar to that, but instead of using S, M, and L, or small, medium, and large, we did 1, 2, and 3. So NC1 is the common NC that we're now the most used to. That's the 5 stories. Nothing is changing about that. Again, we're just using it to kind of differentiate and show the different intensities of the neighborhood commercial. NC2, this is a new area of NC2 that we are proposing, and that is, we are proposing that on Communipaw Avenue. That's west of West Side Avenue. This board did not have the privilege of hearing a zoning board application 2 times for properties on Communipaw to be approved for 6 stories, but there, at this point, I believe are 3 applications that were approved on Communipaw for 6-story buildings. After extensive meetings, we thought the NC2 or a more intense version of the NC would be the most appropriate here and kind of clean up Communipaw. If you're familiar with Communipaw, if you've tried to walk down this part of Communipaw, you know that it is very difficult. It's not safe. So a lot of the feedback that we got from the residents in the community was kind of closing up the commercial automotive uses. I also want to be clear, we still want commercial automotive uses. As a part of this draft, we have permitted commercial automotive uses in many more places. Like, for example, it wasn't permitted in the Highway Commercial District, but now we are permitting it. So we've opened up all of Tunnelly Avenue. We've opened up all of 440. We're just having them relocate to a place that makes a lot more sense. That part of Communipaw, all of Communipaw is narrow, and it's actually very pedestrian oriented, even though it's not pedestrian, like there's no consideration for the pedestrian. And this is a way for us to deal with that. NC3 is old school OR or CBD, office residential or central business district. Those are relics from the 2000 and older zoning. Most of those zonings districts you don't hear anymore because they have been taken up by the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, or they're in other redevelopment plans. But the only thing we're doing, they were very similar, OR and CBD, they were both 10-story zoning. So we're combining them, and the places that those remnants are left, we are turning them into the NC3 zoning. So that's 8 to 12 stories. I believe that we're just proposing 10. I should know that like right off the top of my head. Yes, apologize. And then it is now Matt, I am done.
All right, I'm gonna steal the share from you here. All right, so I think the bulk of these changes and a lot of what the meetings were spent on was R1 discussions. A lot of the follow-up meetings were on R1 as well. So the remainder of the presentation is going to be focusing on some background and then those recommendations and action taken slides. So just for some background, and this might be repetitive, but it's the largest zone. It is our 2-unit, 3-story primary zone, and its last major overhaul was in 2001. It makes up a third of the city and of 40% of all tax parcels in the city. Just for some background information, we laid out what R1 was over the years. So before 1974, we had residential A and B. Then in 1974 to 2000, we had the R1 and R2. And then in 2001, we had this R1. But really, the progression of R1 was really from residential B to R2 to then R1. And over the previous versions before the 2001, we had and allowed for different types of buildings. We allowed for apartment buildings. We allowed for townhouses or much narrower buildings. And in many ways, the recommendations that came out of the master plan were a return to some of these ideas. And we'll be talking about those. I'm not going to spend too much time on this as it's kind of late in the night, but this is a slide for our existing R1 district. And on the next couple of slides, we talk more about some of the issues that have come up over the years. 53% of all zoning board applications or variance applications are in the R1 district. And 31% of those applications are use variance applications, which converts to apartment buildings because in the R1, we don't have a density standard. So whether it's a football field or postage stamp, it is a two-family home at most. So that has driven a lot of use variance applications over the last 2 decades, and they've been approved far and away. We have a map here that shows variance applications by use from 2000 to 2019. The orange dots are residential, and they track with where R1 was mapped. You can see a huge cluster in and around downtown in the Village area. On either side of Newark Avenue, and that was what predicated that switch to R5 a couple of years ago. You've seen a couple of these slides. The reason why they're in quotations is because these are directly lifted from the master plan. And our first recommendation here is to establish an overall residential density in the R1 district to accommodate 2 or 3 dwelling units on a 25 by 100 lot. So the 25 by 100 lot, as you know, is like the common building block of the city. It's our most common lot size. When we started to look at this recommendation, what we did was we broke up the different areas of R1, which is represented in the map on the left. And we looked at what's the average lot size in these areas, what's the average number of units on these lots, average density, and we found that a happy medium is still around the 2 units on a lot, but what we are setting is a 42 units per acre standard, which puts it still at 2 units, but it brings it to kind of the top of that break point, and we see it as a precedent in some of these areas that we studied. This is just a continuation of some of these slides and some of the issues that we saw over the last couple of years. So one, this is 2021 data. We saw the illegal third unit being the most common violation that we give in the city. And again, this is because what we've been seeing is that this typology is obviously a 2-family or 2-unit typology, but it often lends itself to an illegal third unit, meaning we get the most violations in the city on an annual basis being that illegal third. And the middle graph on the bottom shows you how they track over different wards, and then the far graph on the right shows you several years and shows how the legal third unit violation tracks over those years, and it does. It's roughly 30% or more on a continual basis. Let me just, I forgot to mention. So, and this is what this slide was actually doing. So my second bullet point, the conditional third unit, we've split up this how we're meeting this recommendation into 2 ways. One, we're doing the 42 units per acre. The other way is to, as a conditional use, allow for the adaptive reuse of a garage. So it would require, and it's kind of pictured in this image, it would require the removal of a driveway, returning of some landscaping, the planting of a street tree, and it would allow for some of these informal units to become formalized, which would, one, bring better home health issues under control. We'll have to meet fire code safety, other building code standards. And it formalizes that unit. So if that landlord isn't the greatest, or that tenant is having issues, they might not be as apprehensive to report those complaints. Okay, several recommendations here. Adjust bulk standards to 1, standardize building height requirements, 2, increase permeable coverage on individual lots, and 3, provide for attached housing, which can create a more continuous street frontage and eliminate side yards that have minimal usage. Excuse me, I just got in the dark, but if in the R1 we have this height table, and it's created some confusion over the years, and what we've done is we removed that height table. We've made it much more streamlined. We've set it at 35 feet and 3 stories, regardless of the roof pitch. And we've also removed the floor to ceiling heights, which also drove some variance arguments over the years. We've increased the permeable coverage on individual lots. The lot coverage has been lowered to 75%, and that is down from 85%. We've also slipped in a requirement to require a green roof for solar panels when a building coverage exceeds 65% of the lot. The last one is to provide for attached housing typologies. We've clarified when a 0-foot side yard is permitted, and the side yard setbacks are still contextual. From some of our public meetings, we learned that was what was desired, and so we just decided to clarify when a 0-foot lot side yard standard can be applied, because there was some gray area there. Recommendation: consider rezoning areas where it may be appropriate to reflect the existing multifamily land use character or desired development pattern based on the existing context. So this one we talked about briefly about the retirement of R1W to R2, but we also applied the same recommendation in the R1. So in the R1, you'll find a great variety of buildings, industrial buildings. You'll find apartment buildings, multi-unit buildings, 4 stories and 5 stories. But the most common multi-unit building is a 3-story, 6-unit building on a lot that's 3,200 or more. And what we've done is that we've taken some of the bulk standards and adjusted them at that sized lot. So at a 3,200 square foot lot, there are standards that reflect and would produce buildings that we see that are multi-unit buildings. And so we graduate some of these bulk standards by lot size. I believe that there is also a front yard standard once you get to like a 5,000 square foot lot, allowing for a minimum 5-foot front yard setback, and not this predominant setback is what we normally require. So this recommendation is not being fully implemented in R1, and we still think that there might be some study or work to be done. What staff was initially proposing was a 4-story building on lots that were 7,500 square feet, but that provision is not being proposed at this time. And we might return to either looking at areas that might be better zoned R2, or if there's a way to talk about this or study this a standard such as this more. What we do know is that on lots 5,000 square feet or more in the R1, the average apartment building is 4 stories, has a density of 110 to 135 units per acre, and the lot area is around 6,000 to 9,500 square feet. And then looking at some of our zoning board applications over the last 4 years, 45% of the applications, 45% of R1 zoning board applications were approved 4-story multi-unit buildings with a median lot size of 5,000 square feet. recommendation, prioritize lot width over lot depth as well as lot area. So some of the most character defining ways to, or one of the most character defining building blocks is lot width. There's a really good amount of these smaller, narrower townhouse type designs and typologies across the city. So when we came to look at returning back to some of these older typologies that were allowed in prior versions of R1, we started thinking about how we could introduce or allow for some narrower type housing, but while maintaining some of that building block, that 25 by 100 building block. So we still require a 25-foot wide lot if this is a simple subdivision. However, we do have a lot of blocks where we have varied lot depth. So we actually removed the lot depth standard, and we made the lot area standard either 2,500 square feet or predominant on that block front. So if the predominant lot area on that block is 2,000 square feet because it has a shallower depth, then a subdivision may occur without a variance, or that lot is just a conforming lot. We are also proposing, so rather than have this kind of a broad stroke change, we do allow for some small lot subdivisions in the R1 standards, and we're calling those the townhouse lot subdivision. And the next couple of slides, we'll kind of go over that. And what we've done is we've drawn from existing patterns of development across the city, and we're trying to create and diversify the types of units that are built in the city. We see this as a way of encouraging or allowing for fee simple lots, meaning not necessarily apartment building with condos, but a single unit building or smaller 2-unit building in some cases on some of these larger lot assemblies. So we see these narrow type homes that are on shallow lots all over the city, and I'd say that they're some of my favorite, and I think a lot of people I talk to's favorite. And we looked at these examples as a way to introduce this townhouse lot subdivision concept. So on lots assemblies that are 5,000 square feet or more, where they would normally have 2 lots that are side by side. In some areas of the heights, you see this. Some areas of Ward F and Ward A, but those areas most prevalent. You see them turn the corner and face the side street. So the buildings become more shallow. The lot width kind of decreases a little bit, and you have these smaller homes. And so we're applying this to a lot of assemblies of 5,000 square feet or more, and we're also allowing them to occur on interior lots, not just corner lots. And so here are some examples across the city. So we have here in Greenville on Warner Avenue, a group of homes that are 55 feet deep by 19 to 23 feet wide. This is Ward C. This is on Chestnut and Henry Street. We have 5 homes next to one another on 20 by 47 foot lots. We even have a really interesting example. I think this is actually Ward E, right off of 14th Street. This is Radman Place, where we have a group of interior lots that front on a courtyard, and it's just a very unique kind of interesting housing type. Another recommendation, additional residential density to promote restoration of historically significant structures. So this was in the public meetings seemed to be widely supported. We're permitting as a condition, permitting this as a conditional use. It allows for additional density up to 75 dwelling units per acre, and it's requiring stronger design standards. And the intent is really to encourage preservation of these significant buildings. Here's an example of a building that could benefit from these types of provisions. Consider creating design guidelines that promote rehabilitation and or compatible new development. So we're introducing some new standards. One is a requirement that they have to match the entry height of one of their neighbors. So the finished floor height or the entry door on the front of the building would have to match one of their two neighbors, and the applicant or property owner could choose. There's also a standard for compatible or similar entries, windows, and roof types. And so there's also some parking recommendations that were made. And these three were effectuating. Base parking requirements on bedrooms, not total unit count. Restrict curb cuts to a maximum of 10 feet for every 50 feet of frontage, and do not permit off-street parking on lots less than 50 feet. The first one, base parking requirements on bedrooms, not total unit count. That is something that we're doing. We're proposing 3 spaces per bedroom. So for example, that would be for a building that's 5 units with 12 bedrooms. They would require 4 parking spaces.